Good evening again. It is Monday, January 23rd, and this is a meeting of the Planning Board. And we are all Zoom tonight due to the weather. Good evening again. It is Monday, January 23rd, and this is a meeting of the Planning Board. We are all. Am I on automatic replay? The first thing before we get started, we were advised that we should probably motion to, in the event that this meeting terminates because of connection issues, that all the hearings that were scheduled for tonight will be automatically scheduled to continue on our next meeting on the 6th.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Okay. Takes care of that. The first item on the agenda is a discussion, the Master Plan Implementation Committee briefing. And Mr. Maria, I think that's you.
So I just have a really quick update. I think I had reported last time that the Master Plan Implementation Committee has met. We're organizing to begin working with the various boards and committees that have goals towards the listed in the 2021 Master Plan. We are looking to kind of organize in a harmonized way, the way that we're asking the boards for information on tracking their goals. And we'll meet one more time to sort of review the procedure. And also part of that discussion is how would this board like to receive updates from the Master Plan Implementation Committee? It would be through me, but would you prefer a written report, my verbal report? So the collection of information from the boards, which we are attempting to each of us to do twice a year for the boards and committees that we're assigned to, is we're trying to harmonize that collection onto like a standardized form. And the thinking is that we could just take that information from the form and provide it into a report for the planning board. So we're going to review that procedure one more time. And our first report back from the boards and committees on the progress of their goals will be after town meeting in April. So in the meantime, I can, give you a verbal update. We're looking to kind of formalize that, and I'll have more for you next time. Does anybody have any questions?
I can add that we're trying to meet with Judith Watson regarding cleaning up the web pages. The goal is to potentially have a link on the planning board to the Master Plan Implementation Committee website. And then it'll be on that website that'll store the current master plan, the historic master plans, the Google Drive for the Master Plan Committee information that they had, and then the Master Plan Committee itself, some of that information, so that at some point the Master Plan Committee webpage, which was formed during the creation of the Master Plan, that will be dissolved. And everything will be under the Master Plan Implementation Committee. It sounds like a circle, but with a main link on the planning board website. So Judith is working with us on that, and we'll keep you updated on that too.
Thanks, Karina.
Okay.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the opening of a public hearing, downtown district being added to the sign bylaw. Would you like to
Yes.
update us on this, Karina?
Yes, I have the legal ad, which I'll read into record. I don't know if there's a representative for 200 Turnpike. Peter Bemis is here for 200 Turnpike. I know we can't start his public hearing until 2:10. But he had asked to expedite because he had to leave early. I don't see him here yet, so. Okay, so I'll read the public hearing notice. This is a public hearing notice. Town of Southborough. The Southborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Monday, January 23rd, 2023 at 7:05 PM at the McAuliffe Hearing Room, second floor, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. 01772, and via remote Zoom meeting to view a proposed amendment to the zoning code, Chapter 174-11D, signs for annual town for annual town meeting. The intent of this change is to add the newly adopted downtown district to the sign bylaw regulations to be the same as the business village district. People who wish to watch or participate in the meeting may do so by attending the meeting in person or finding the meeting at www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. A copy of the proposed bylaw amendment may be viewed at the planning board's webpage at southboroughtown.com/planning-board or in person at the Southborough Townhouse, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. 01772 during normal business hours. Mimi Luttrell, Chair, Southborough Planning Board. And that's what I have. I can give you an update or and then would you like me to do that?
Sure.
Okay. So when the downtown district was formed and we created that new district, we have a interim zoning map section, which is in the process of being updated with the zoning map. But it came to our attention that the downtown district wasn't included in the sign bylaw. The area was originally Business Village District. So Colleen drafted up this amendment proposing simply to add the downtown district next to the Business Village District, just adding the text. It's no changes to dimensions or heights or number of signs. It will be the same as the Business Village District, just simply identifying it. That way the building commissioner, when people ask, she can point them to that code. And Colleen, do you have anything to add?
I don't.
Okay, so the public hearing was advertised as required, and we sent notices out to towns and agencies as required for zoning amendment public hearings for planning board. And this draft, I think, was already provided to Mark Purple and to be included in the draft warrant. And also went to town council as part of that distribution to the town departments, in case they have any comments. And I don't believe we received any comments back.
No, we have not.
Okay. That's a pretty
Okay.
simple one.
All right. Are there any comments from the board, Mr. Mills?
No questions. Thanks for the good catch and thanks for putting it on the agenda. Appreciate it.
Mr. Stein?
I look forward to this passing and being incorporated into the zoning code.
Ms. Houlihan?
No questions, very straightforward. Thanks, Colleen, for the amendment.
Ms. DeMaria?
Well, I do have a question. Was this simply an oversight, or is it was it always assumed that the downtown district would be the same as the business village district?
Well, I think it's both. I think it was a little bit of an oversight because if you recall that original downtown district amendment was pretty involved. It included not only its own district, but it impacted several other sections of the code, whether it's parking or and even a creation of design guidelines that went along with it. So it kind of a half and half.
Yeah, and the only reason I ask is I don't object, but I wasn't on the board yet. And I guess what struck me is I wondered whether the maximum height should be the same for downtown district. Was that already agreed? I mean, it seems to me if, like, for example, standing signs seems kind of tall for downtown district, but I really don't know what was discussed because I wasn't part of the board back then.
Well, a lot of the businesses who do have signs down there who are now in the downtown district, if you changed that to be more restrictive, might put them into non-conforming signs.
Mm.
So it seemed not, nobody seemed to have a problem with the signs at the time. It wasn't really brought up as an issue. And that's probably partly why it was an oversight. Because if someone had brought it up, someone would say, well, what does the sign code say? So I think that's the reasoning.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We do have one person in the Zoom room that would like to talk, David Perry.
Okay, I have a comment too, but I'm wondering if we can suspend this hearing for now and open the 200 Turnpike and then get back to this afterwards, because I guess Peter Bemis has 2 other hearings tonight. Is that possible?
Yes, you can continue it till later this evening.
Okay,
Does that need to be a motion and a vote?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right, so we'll get back to this after 200 Turnpike. So that would be the next item on the agenda.
All right, and let's see, you have Peter Bemis is here. Is that it, Peter, just you?
William Pizzoni's here.
He's with
That's for
Turnpike.
320.
Oh, sorry.
Peter, are
Good
you
evening.
solo?
I'm solo, yes.
Okay.
So John's out doing snow removal.
Yeah.
He's good at that. So thank you for taking me out of order here so I can attend to the other couple of meetings I have tonight. And I understand that you wanted to talk about landscaping, but I'm prepared to talk about any subject that you may have. So I'll let you speak first and then I'll respond. Thank you.
Would you like a quick update, Mimi?
Sure.
Okay, since the last public hearing on January 9th, which continued to this evening, the 23rd, an extension request was granted to allow public hearings to continue through January 27th. Peter Bemis with Engineering Design Consultants made a submission number 4. The plans from submission number 3 hadn't changed at this point. So he did not resubmit revised plans. There was no need at this time, but he did submit a response letter to the Fuss and O'Neill comments of the prior submission. And that was provided to the planning board and to Fuss and O'Neill for review. So it's my understanding that we'll be getting review comments from Fuss and O'Neill by the end of next week, Peter. That was my update.
Okay,
And
thank you.
that brings us to this evening. There is an extension request to be addressed in order to continue the public hearing before we end this topic for tonight to February 6th with action to February 10th. As the deadline is looming at the end of this week. And that's in the Dropbox, Andrew, if you wanted to see that language. Did we lose? Oh, no, there he is. Okay. And that's what I have.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any comments from the board, Mr. Mills,
No comments.
Mr. Stein?
I'll await the consultant's review.
Ms. Houlihan?
No comments on that, and just good to see the DCR approve, like, positive note. So I think that was helpful as well.
Mr. Murray?
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Okay. I have a couple. At the last hearing, Peter, there was someone from the Leeds family talking about their artisan well. Were you able to talk to them?
Yes, and we actually located it on the plan. So it's on the
Okay.
plan set now. And we got those records from the Board of Health. And I think at the time they indicated that it was it's at a shallow well, but it's a drilled well, so it's a deep bedrock well. And we identified that on the plan too.
Okay. All right. There's a note on the landscaping plan about substitutions. And as we always do, I would add that substitutions may be made with the approval of the town planner.
Okay, if we don't have that language there, I'm disappointed. I thought we had something like that, but I'll make sure that it's says something to that effect.
And on page 3 of the plans, it has the tree line. And it says maintain existing tree line, but the tree line goes through where the addition's going to be. So I think we need to be specific about where that existing tree line is going to be maintained.
Yeah, we tie into it. So I'll make sure that's a little bit more graphically representative of what we intended. We're trying to maintain the ends of that, but in the middle where the project is, it would go away. So I'll make sure there's a
Right.
hard line there.
Okay. And is there somewhere that says what the native flower mix is?
We're just using that native New England mix, and I thought we identified the supplier, but it's the UMass Extension Group that we get that from.
Okay.
So I'll actually put down more specifics on that if it doesn't say that already.
Okay. And is there any landscape buffer proposed along the eastern side where the residential property is? Well, residentially zoned, but it's the transfer station.
Yeah, it's the transfer station, and it's the DPW yard, more likely there because of the south side. It's more the transfer. But we were maintaining the tree line on the south, on the east, where the DPW yard is. We were just limiting our work area. There will be some native trees in between the two of us. We're not going, they don't go right to our edge, and we don't go right to their edge of the clearing. But no, we weren't proposing anything in addition there.
So are there any trees there that will be maintained to?
At the toe of slope, sure. If there's a tree there, we'd maintain it. I can assure you of that. And then we've got the plantings that we're proposing at the top of slope. So I didn't do anything further there.
Okay. So there's a 20-foot buffer required, but you can use existing plants. And if there are existing trees there, I'd like to know what they are, just so we can comply with that section of the code.
Okay, if we don't, I'm trying to think of what we have for documentation so far. Maybe if we don't have something sufficient there, I will qualify that and say that we will plant within that zone so that there is supplemental planting if needed. And that way we're covered. And I'll define it, because I too don't want there to be a gap. So by all means, if it makes sense, we'll do it for sure. So we can add some trees in that zone. There's a couple of limited areas where that should be a consideration, fairly narrow in scope, because we definitely have 20 on the south and we have 20 on part of the east. But as you start going north, there will be a section where we're going to get narrow, and I don't know the answer right now.
And there's a 12-inch tree identified by the driveway. Is that going to remain?
I don't think we touched that. It's on the right, the left side of the driveway. I don't believe we touched that. I'll make sure there's a note to that effect as well.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I have. Is there anyone from the public that has any questions?
There's currently 13 attendees and no hands raised.
Well, thank you for that opportunity, because I too would like to wrap this up at your next meeting. So with those comments, I can do that. So I'll make sure that we do update the plans. We'll circulate those, because ultimately you'll want Fuss and O'Neill to weigh in on that. So Karina, I'll get those to you within the next day or so that they can get one final letter out. Okay.
Okay, we'll make that a goal.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Thank you for the opportunity.
So do we have a motion to continue?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we grant the extension request for 220 Turnpike Road, major site plan approval and special permit lower impact development. That the hearings shall continue to February 6th, 2023 at 7:10 PM. And the board shall have to reach a decision on the matter, shall be extended until February 10th, 2023.
Second, but it's 200, Andrew. No big deal.
Didn't
I think you
say-
said 220. That's okay.
Sorry, 200. Yeah, 200, as requested by the applicant.
Second,
Very good. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes, Marnie?
I was just gonna ask if we could do it at 7:05 and just make it the first public hearing. Was there anything that preceded it?
Yes, I think there is 241, 245 Turnpike Road was with a legal ad stated 7:05 PM for that one, because we didn't anticipate, we thought we would potentially finish the 200 Turnpike this evening, so we popped it up to the front.
Thank
So
you.
next meeting, we can rearrange if we need to.
Okay.
But we could do something similar. We could open the 241, 245 Turnpike and just continue that after the 200 to keep it in order. If the planning board wants to do that
Thanks.
at the next meeting.
That would be great, because I'll have a conflict at the next meeting in 2 weeks, unfortunately, because I have the same meetings happening for the next few weeks. So I would be grateful if you could take me at the beginning, because the other ones I know I'll be a little bit later in the evening. So thank you for that request, and I would hope that you could do that in 2 weeks. Thanks.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes?
Mills, yes.
Diane, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Very
night.
good, thank you for coming in, Peter, appreciate
So
it.
was that a continuation as well as an
I was
extension?
gonna do
Oh,
that
no.
next. I make a motion that we continue the public hearings for 200 Turnpike Road, snow removal landscaping, major site plan approval. And continue also for 200 Turnpike Road, snow removal landscape contractor facility special permit for LID to February 6th, 2023. Are we going with 7:05 or 7:10?
7:10.
7:10 at 7:10.
Second.
Very good, I have a motion and a second, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Mills, yes.
Diane, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Marnie, thanks for mentioning the DCR letter for the
Okay,
last one.
so now we're going to go back to the downtown district hearing. And I just had a question, if the downtown district is the same as the business village, shouldn't it be referenced in section E also?
Section E, let me look.
I had the same question, Mimi.
So we're, that in no case shall approval be granted for a wall sign which exceeds the height of 15 feet in the business village district. Shouldn't that be the same for the downtown?
Let me take a quick look at the code.
I can share my screen if that helps. I have code
Okay.
up.
Oh, thanks.
You just have to enable me to share.
Good morning.
Any chance you could zoom in just a little?
Yeah,
There
I'm
you go.
trying to increase
Okay.
it for you guys. There we go. Is that a little better?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
So under C1. which
Yeah,
exceeds in
there.
height. Yeah, 20 feet in
would say-
districts other than business village district. Would have to fix B as well, 20
Yeah.
feet in districts other than business village, okay. Other than the 35 square feet.
I think there's
So-
multiple places. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, So I think I think it would be A and B there because it's not fronting Route 9, so that wouldn't apply. And then A and B under 2, and then D, A, and B,
Or 1 and 2 and D.
or 1 and 2, I mean.
So basically wherever it says business village district, we should,
Except for the third one is fronting Route 9 and it doesn't, so it doesn't apply there, so that wouldn't need to.
right, in 1C wouldn't, and 2C
Right.
and 3C.
D3,
D3.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, D3. All right. We'll have to read through that entire section again and make sure. Did you see
Okay.
it anywhere else?
No,
We'll look, we'll double check.
Good catch, Mindy. And you guys got all the numbers down?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand the intent there.
and Mr. Perry, did you have a comment on this? Your hand was up prior when we jumped over.
I don't see a hand up right now. Do you, Colleen?
No, I'm asking him to unmute, but no response.
Okay. All right, any other comments?
Oh, here he is.
No, mistake, sorry.
Okay. All right, I don't see any other hands. So could we move on to the next agenda item?
So we'll need to continue this.
Oh, that's
public-
right.
Yeah, I keep forgetting myself.
I'm all discombobulated on Zoom.
I'll make a motion that we continue the downtown district public hearing to February 6th, 2023 at 7:05 PM.
Well, here's the question now.
Oh.
Do we want to, so right now, it looks like 241, 245 Turnpike is slated for 2:05 PM on February 6th. Then at 2:10,
2:05?
we, yeah,
7:05.
I mean, 7:05. And then 200 Turnpike's at 7:10. And we have 325 Turnpike, the barrier wall at 7:15. So those are all consecutive. And then we wanted to get the 3 warrant articles that the planning board is sponsoring together. So we thought maybe put it to 7:20.
Okay, move to 7:20.
Does that work does anybody have an objection to that? Like,
Oh, that makes sense.
okay.
I second the motion.
Very good. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes?
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Okay, very good.
We had
Now-
a cheat sheet for you, Andrew, but we didn't get it to you. That had all the times on it. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. We're a team.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
Okay, the next public hearing opening the major site plan modification for 325 Turnpike Road, the sound barrier wall. You want to bring us up to date, Karina?
Madam Chair,
Sure.
I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion.
Oh, yes, thank you.
You can demote me, maybe.
Can do that.
Probably want to put David back too.
And then you want to elevate Scott Doty.
Bill Pizzoni.
Bill Pizzoni, yes. And Jim Bourne, if he's there. I guess Scott will let us know if he's attending. Or just
See
watching.
him.
And I can read the legal ad since this is the opening of the public hearing. And we still have David Perry elevated.
I have him as an attendee.
He's still showing up on my screen.
Yep, he's still showing up here
Right.
too. Maybe there's just a delay.
I think there is a delay. I think the internet is a little scatterbrained tonight.
Yeah. Hang on, we're still, we're still going. In the interim, I can read the legal ad if you'd like me to, maybe.
Sure.
All right. This is a public hearing notice for modification to major site plan approval for 325 Turnpike Road, Assessors Map 26, parcels 2 and 10. Per section 174-10 of the Southborough zoning code, the planning board of the town of Southborough shall hold a public hearing on January 23rd, 2023 at 7:15 p.m. to consider the application of James Bourne, representative of Ken's Foods, regarding 325 Turnpike Road for a modification to a major site plan approval. This hearing concerns a proposed sound barrier wall design and layout that is the result of a cooperative effort between the applicant's neighbors, planning board, and the Board of Health to provide mitigation of sound coming from the site. The 51.5 acre parcel is located primarily in an industrial park zoning district at 325 Turnpike Road, Assessors Map 26, parcels 2 and 10. Copy of the plans and application may be reviewed on the planning board's webpage at southboroughtown.com/planning-board or in person at the Southborough Town House during normal business hours. This meeting will be held in the McAuliffe Hearing Room at 17 Common Street, second floor, Townhouse, Southborough, Mass. 01772. Persons wishing to participate in this meeting may do so in person and via Zoom meeting platform by going online to www.southboroughtown.com/remote hearings. Mimi Luttrell, Chair, Planning Board. And let me just give you a quick update here. So if you recall, as part of the building expansion on the east side that was permitted for a major site plan and low impact development, the decisions of approval from the planning board required that the proponent come back to the planning board with a modification showing a sound barrier wall that was a culmination of the different entities working together to be satisfactory to the Board of Health, to the planning board, to the butters, and to Ken's Foods. So that being said, we received the application and from John G. Crow and Associates through Scott via Scott Doty. Also here is Bill Pizzoni, attorney representing Ken's Foods. That submission was sent to Fuss and O'Neill for review and distributed to the town departments and the planning board. We received Fuss and O'Neill review comments back this actually Friday afternoon, which technically is this morning. We provided that to the applicant's team, and that brings us here to tonight, and this is the first public hearing. Back to
Bill,
you,
you want
Lenny.
to start off?
No, other than to just say Happy New Year to everyone. Good to see everyone. We've worked diligently on this. We hope we're getting close to the goal line. As you know, or I don't think Karina mentioned it, but the Butters sound expert did submit a letter relative to this project and the proposed wall, the way it's been designed, and the application before you now for the modification. My understanding of his letter was that he agrees that it will be just as sufficient as the originally designed wall, because we did make one modification rather than having a jog in the wall to span a section of wetlands. So that's what's before you. I'll let Scott bring you through the plan and walk you through it, explain it to you. I think he'll address the Fuss and O'Neill comments. And as you know, from the beginning, we are going to have to file with Conservation Commission as well, which I believe, Scott, I think you're going to get that in by next
Yeah. Oh,
week.
yeah. We're on the hearing for the Conservation Commission on the 16th
Okay.
of February. Mhm. Well, we should be. So that's the expectation.
Okay.
Yeah,
With
I'd
that, I'll
also-
turn it over.
Bill, I just want to
I'll turn
point
it
out
over.
too, Bill, that the review letter from Mark Wallace from Tech Environmental, who's the abutters noise expert, he also pointed out that that one panel that spans the wetlands, the 24-foot panel, the one comment he did have was that panel should be as low as possible without impacting the wetland, just as a point.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the intent. And, we will provide the protocol for the construction sequence that would take place to put those in. I don't think Scott submitted it with this plan because we hadn't gone to Concom yet, and we wanted to get their feedback first. But I'll let him address that.
Sure. While we're on the topic, yeah, the submittal to the course of the planning to the Conservation Commission focuses in on how we're protecting the wetlands from impact, the means and methods proposed. Let me describe this a bit for the board, if I could. I think you're familiar with the wall running along the west side. If you had a chance to look at the plans yourself, you probably had them for quite a while. The upper north part of it, thank you, Colleen, curves along that driveway around the northeast of the building. And the constraint there, of course, is the wetland immediately to the west of it. It's basically a ditch, a drainage ditch that has emerged into a wetland over the decades. And so it needs to be protected. So the best solution there is for us to put the sound barrier within the area which is currently now pavement, already disturbed, and then make up for the width that we lose by doing that to the inside of the curve. And that's that work you see with contours and such near the northeast corner of the building. You see the 318 to 320 contour there. That's the bringing the pavement in that 6 to 8 feet in that grass area there. The rest of the wall is more straightforward and literally straight, runs on an angle between that curve and then where it's going to be running parallel to the west edge, then from that point on to the west edge of the truck yard. As the ideal, that for sound barriers, of course, we learned in this process that it's best for it to be as close as possible to the source of the sound. So That's why we're being as close as we can reasonably be to that west edge of the pavement. There's already guardrails there. There are already block heaters for cabs. And there's also a need, obviously, to be considered about for some snow storage over in that area between the barrier and the pavement itself. So we're about 15 feet, 13 feet, I think, is the actual dimension we use from that edge running down parallel. You can see right there in the center that there is a small finger of drainage channel, which again also has wetland vegetation in it, that extends towards the truck yard. And there's a portion of it, we're going to bridge that where maybe it's best to describe how this wall is constructed. Basically, we auger foundation holes for posts. And then there are post anchors on the top, of course, extending just above grade. And then these panels are prefabbed, and prefab panels are made at the factory, and they come in and they're going to be either, I don't know what kind of machinery, maybe a small crane or some kind of fork, whatever, places them on the supports that are on these, on top of these piers, so to speak. And they span generally 15, all of them, we're spanning, the sections are 15 feet, but we're having one span 24 feet where it goes across that shallow wetland there in the center. And then we go down further along, and most of the run of this fence is within lawn area, which currently sort of a maintained lawn. Though there are some trees here and there, and we think we're going to have to prune some branches from the looks of it. Maybe we lose a tree, but there's a good chance we don't. So we've got we've proposed to plant 6 trees along that run, and generally in the area where there are trees now adjacent to them. You can see 4 of them shown up there, and that what Colleen's got us now. And then this plan extends down towards the southwest corner of the and turns that corner. But this geometry is what the sound experts seem to think encloses or captures the sound best. It does bring us in a tangent close to the larger wetland that's associated with the brook, the perennial stream that's down in the wetland closer to Route 9 and runs through this area. So in that location, and also in the location where we're crossing the wetland, and also in the location up at the north again, we're going to be doing work within the wetland town bylaw that's in the 20-foot no disturbance area. But we're requesting a waiver, of course, from the Conservation Commission for that. So and those are the basics on the wall. And the idea here is that this is adding to the plans that have already been approved for under the special permit by the board. We did receive, as Karina mentioned, we did receive this morning the Fuss and O'Neill letter. We think a couple of the things on their letter relate to items that have already been approved, such as the parking spaces and such. They're asking us to mention those things, but we're not really revisiting that at all. We're adding this barrier, and we're adjusting the the driveway up in that northwest corner. That's the essence of the work, of course, with the erosion controls and such that we're going to be we're discussing with the Conservation Commission next month on the 16th of February. So that's really it. In a nutshell, there are some comments Fuss O'Neill has that are focused in on asking some clarity on the plan. I think some of it has to do with maybe because it's 40 scale, and perhaps the area where we're changing the pavement and moving it over, maybe we'll blow that area up. So and put the square footage in tabular form as they suggest, so it makes it easier for review. But it's a net decrease in pavement, so therefore it's beneficial that way. are the benefits calculable? Not really. They're negligible, but inherent in it is a positive, because there will be a gravel area that's associated underneath and around the barrier where it comes down a grade between that and the wetland in that area. We're very close. So stormwater that currently doesn't get treated will receive some treatment before it gets to that drainage channel. So that's it. Unless I've forgotten something, Bill, but be happy to answer any questions and that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for this effort. This was a collaborative effort with Ken's and the Board of Health and the abutters and the planning board. And I think it's something that we should all be very proud of. Any questions from the board, Mr. Mills?
Yeah, thanks. Scott, how long do you think it'll take once approvals and everything are given to actually put this in?
Yeah, unfortunately, Sam DeTore from Columbia, who's going to be building this, is not with us tonight. He's ill. But I imagine, I wish I had seen the other one go in, the one over on the northeast side. I imagine that after approvals, there'll probably be a month or so of getting things ready, but those piers should go in rather quickly because it's going to be augered. They're quick augers and capturing the soil immediately, so we don't risk sedimentation and erosion going into the wetlands nearby. So, and the piers are precast, so they get dropped in. So you can see it's rather quick work actually.
Okay.
And the panels come in. So I think the longest lead item, Andrew, is whether or not they have the panels in stock or whether they got to build them. I don't know quite frankly, what the inventory is. But to really answer your question as short as I should have, is that I can get that answer for you later on. I don't really know. I don't think it takes a long time to build this.
Okay.
I'm not sure if what's his name? It's terrible.
Yeah.
Who is? I know Sam knows, but I don't know yeah, I don't want to put a number out there, but it wasn't a real long time, Andrew. And believe me, we want to get this done in the ground and up faster than anybody else does at this point. So,
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait until the ground thaws too, right?
yeah. Well, we anticipated that. Yeah.
All right. I'm just
The
wondering.
season's been pretty easy on the soil from freezing, I have to say. So, and we don't have a deep frost this year though, at all, really.
And did you ever get that telephone pole moved?
The telephone pole is fixed, yes. Yeah.
Um,
You're
They
talking
never
about
moved the pole.
for the drainage design?
yeah.
No,
The third repair.
the gas company beat the electric company to the site. And so it actually simplified. I'm glad you brought that up because, and I think probably Karina probably wants to talk about that anyway. That the
Well, you
drainage.
gotta be careful. If it's not on the agenda or if we can.
It's in the
cover it.
planner's report.
There you go.
right.
But go ahead, it's just an
Yeah, I'll
update.
just summarize.
Project.
We didn't need to move the pole. We had a race between the gas company, the electric company. The gas company got out there first, and instead they changed the elevation of their gas lines. So in fact, it simplified the solution for us, where we just had to build a pipe and not structures on either side of the gas line. So,
Okay, so everything else on the site is compliant prior to the new construction that started, right?
the drainage is in, the planting's been done. I think there may be one or two individual plants, but I think, yes, it's all done and we'll be all evaluating that well.
And I believe the as-bills and everything have been submitted to you,
Yeah.
Karina. and
Well,
approved
not
by.
quite. We're waiting. So the as-bills were submitted to Fuss and O'Neill electronically. And I
Okay.
reminded the contractor that they need to supply hard copies to the planning office. So they're working on doing that, but Fuss and O'Neill already has provided me a report back, which I just haven't forwarded yet to you. I want to review it first.
Right.
The third drainage repair actually brought the drainage back to the original design,
Yes,
right? So they didn't have to make any modifications for that. They just fixed it because the gas line was moved.
but
Instead of the pole.
the high point in the pipe has been eliminated, so it's just a straight shot on a positive slope.
Right, and we'll get that, we'll check out the as-built, and based on what Fuss and O'Neill says, we can move forward on that as well.
Thank you. No other questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stein.
Hey, Karina, have we approved a modification? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but, and no problem if you don't remember off the top of your head, but do you recall another time when we
Yes.
have approved a modification to a site plan before the as-bills were actually reviewed?
I can help you while you're thinking, Karen, about your own. We did this we did that, Jesse, on this project in the first round. I don't know if you remember, we got the special permit for the renovation project. And then the folks at Ken's Food wanted to remove some pavement and turn it into lawn. And change that driveway right at the south side of the yard. And we did that while we were in process.
So, thanks, Scott. So when I don't often, there's only so many hours in the day. I don't always follow up as a planning board member and review as-bills. So when you guys did that the first time, did you submit one set of as-bills and then a second set of as-bills?
We
How did
did
that work?
submit as-built, but they were insufficient, as we learned later on. And also, of course, there were the problems that were discovered in the meantime. So since then, we did submit as-built. So the as-built were submitted after the modification, if that's what you're getting at. Yeah.
Which is your intention to do again?
Yeah, this wall will show up on the as-built for the warehouse expansion project.
Yeah, I think that Mr. Mills touched on an important point, which is that the first plan should be in line, and that the modification be limited to what we're discussing and reviewing here. And I have seen inconsistencies in the past when things start to get confused. So
just to add my 2 cents here. So there were 3 drainage repairs and there were landscape repairs that were required to be done as conditions in the approval for the expansion. And those 3 drainage repairs and the 3 landscaping repairs or something that was there, three sections, those were repairs based on the prior site plan lid and then the modification of that site plan from 2017. So getting these as-built for the 3 drainage repairs, which the first 2 were approved and the third one's in the process of being approved, and the landscaping as-built, the corrections were also accepted. That's kind of, in a sense, remedying the prior as-built. But there's also a condition that says in the expansion project that when all is said and done, a complete as-built of the site is going to be provided, including everything. So it was kind of like a phased process, if I'm clear on that.
that's perfect. Thank you, Karina.
Including the
Scott-
wall.
Including the wall.
Scott, have you had a chance to review the Fuss and O'Neill comments dated January 20th?
Yes. And
And I'm sorry if I missed this, but I am curious about what your approach is going to be with conservation regarding the no work zone.
Yeah, it's of course, we're approaching it from the standpoint that this is a beneficial improvement for the site. And I wouldn't necessarily put a heavy capital H on it, but it's a hardship to that extent. But the best place for the wall is as close as possible to the sound source. And so therefore we need to be along that edge. And it's just that edge is within 20 feet. The fact of the matter is also is that, and of course, some of the commission members may be watching this right now, so they're getting a preview of what we're going to talk about on the 16th, is that, and I'm sure they probably already anticipated this, most of the area where we're putting the wall, or actually all of the area where we're putting the wall, the barrier, it's not really, I guess it's more like a fence, is within areas that are already of the 20-foot zone that are already been disturbed or already been constructed. We're putting it in areas where there is pavement now, and we're putting it in within areas which is maintained lawn. So it's the work itself is not in that light isn't necessarily detrimental. I think the detrimental aspects that need to be worked out and insured against are the construction period. That's the construction period is a real key part of this, is making sure that we're keeping sediments out of the wetland during the construction in close proximity.
Okay, so the wall itself is not going to actually exist within the no work zone. The consultant's concerned, am I correct?
No, it will be. It's within 20
Oh.
feet in a couple, 3 places. It's within 20 feet of the wetland.
How could there already be, how could stuff already be in the no work zone?
Because what these wetlands that are out there are developed were basically drainage channels that were constructed in 1970. It was actually pre-Hatch Act, it was pre-Wetlands Protection Act. And so the company that built that back in the 1970, they did country style drainage, what we like to see now, right? Low impact development drainage of channels along the edge of the pavement. Well, eventually those channels turned into those ditches, if you want to call them channels, became wetland. And so now they're subject to protection because they eventually all link together to the brook that runs around the site at one point or another. So I don't want to classify them as being marginal or low class wetlands or anything like that, though. They should be protected, and we're going to protect them. But the areas where we're building this sound barrier are already altered areas in close proximity to the wetland.
And are you going in,
The disturbance was there, then the wetlands came. It's not.
Are you going in front of Concom for a special permit? What's the actual?
We're going for an amendment to the order of conditions that we have from them, just like we were going for an amendment or a modification to your permit. And we're specifically asking for, we've made a waiver request for this work within the 20 feet.
Okay.
And we describe these elements of, did we have an alternative? And the alternative analysis basically is that we really had little alternative based on trying to get the performance of the sound barrier. We have to be in approximately where we are.
And when is that hearing?
The 16th of February.
Okay. I mean, just to set a realistic expectation, at least as far as my support, I don't think I've ever voted in favor of something that had an outstanding Concom. It's not within my jurisdiction, but it's still, I don't vote to approve projects that have outstanding matters with other boards.
Well, in that regard, Jesse, we wouldn't want to have to come back to you again anyhow if Concom said you got to deviate it, move it 6 feet in this direction.
Well said, Mr. Pizzoni. Thank you.
Yeah.
But which leads to I know there's still, Madam Chair, I know that thank you for letting us have this open discussion like this. I think it's been helpful. But and I'm still like, if other members may have questions, but I know that we'll, I think we expect to continue this hearing, so.
Are you all set, Mr. Stein?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Houlihan?
Yeah, Scott, I did have just a few questions. I know you're going to be coming back anyway, but I thought if we can kind of clear these up before. So you made the comment that the plan's at 40 scale, and does that help address some of the Fuss and O'Neill's like points on 4, 6, 7, and 8 in the site plans and general comments?
I
Or
don't.
do you intend to
go ahead,
kind of have
please,
a written
I'm
response
sorry.
to these?
I think that some of the questions they've asked here are really stuff that we're going over in detail with the Conservation Commission. And now that that material has all been put together, I can certainly provide it for them to review. I've got a feeling they're going to be reviewing the plan for the commission also. I think that Melissa's going to send this off to them, and they're going to get the answers to these questions, which are obviously pregnant by the fact that they're on the plan and we're next to the wetlands, but not address them with the planning board. So I think they're going to get those answers there. Some of the other ones, frankly, are just I think some of the other ones, the information's there. I think they just want to see it a different way, and I'd be happy to put it in a different way that makes it easier for them. I just don't want to have to start labeling all the parking and everything that's already been approved by the board in the hearing process we went through this past year. So parking space widths and numbers and all that kind of stuff. I think this is to add the barrier and make the change in that driveway. That's the modification to the approval that you guys have previously provided us. That's what we're looking for.
I think that we can clarify to Fuss and O'Neill, based on some additional comments that I believe Mimi might have at the end. When there's a clearer understanding to them that this is like a modification, not in the same sense, but you're adding this plan sheet to a plan set. I think they viewed this as a separate plan sheet in a sense. So
that's well put, because they're asking for the pavement detail. Well, it's already in the set. They're asking for a couple things like that. That may have been what you were getting at, Marnie. I'm sorry if I jumped the gun on my answer, but I think the information is there, and I think if there is that consultation between Corinna and Fuss and O'Neill, that would be great.
I do think, though, that their comment on a legend is warranted. That
Okay.
you should probably put a legend on here somewhere for this specific page, because it is somewhat standalone,
Okay.
even though it is part of the site plan.
Yeah.
And their concerns about, clarification of the northwest corner there, being able to see that, to interpret what's happening there.
Yeah, it's rather busy. There's a lot of things in close proximity. That's why I thought that maybe we blow that area up or do a plan enlargement of just that area. That would be, I think, is going to be helpful.
And my second question was really just, I know that Conservation Commission, you will address this on the 16th, but it's really just the sound wall, the lifespan of a sound wall and the management of it, especially if it's in a wetland. Like, have you guys thought about that for the long-term maintenance, and when do you, how do we know that it continues to stay in effect, or its efficacy is how long, and what's anticipated? And is there some time frame that you guys would be checking in on it?
If you remember, the wall that's at the back of the building, that's all in a wetlands area. There's wetlands right behind that wall, and any maintenance is done from the driveway side anyhow. And it's usually, well, we haven't had to do any back there. It would be as if a panel became faulty and you had to replace it. But you're not working in the wetlands then, you're working away from it, taking the bolts out and removing the panel and putting it back.
if for, first of all, I want to clarify, if I may, Mimi, anybody who's listening, we are not building in the wetland. We're building in the buffer zone. So just, that's first thing I want to make sure everybody understands. And two, the materials, apparently this is some kind of composite material that unfortunately is not really, I think it's got some wood particles in it, but it's also got some recycled materials in it also. So it doesn't deteriorate. And I don't think it's not subject, from what I can see, subject to damage from growing materials growing around it and underneath it. And also, if it does get damaged for any reason, let's say somehow a truck can get over to it somehow, there are panels that just get replaced. They come out and get replaced. They're just dropped in. So it's I don't say it's carefree. It's certainly, but it's going to be in everybody's in the truck dock. It's in your face. It's there. So it's going to be omnipresent, so to speak.
Thank you.
60 feet high.
That's all for me.
Thank you. So this will become part of the site plan, and you said the as-built will include this wall also?
We fully expect that all the conditions of the current approval for the special permit apply to this work that's added to it. The conditional follow-ups and all of that. Yeah.
Okay. And I thought I heard Mr. Pizzoni say if Concom wants you to move this anyway, you'll come back to the planning board?
Well, we're hoping to not have to do that. We designed it as best we could and feel that we're going to be able to present the case to Concom, that they're going to believe it's in the best position it is anyhow. I mean, if we move it deeper into the woods, it's not going to be as effective, and we're still going to be impacting potential wetlands back there. If you look how the wetlands is designed, this is really the truest and best route to go. But I can't tell you what Concom's going to do, but I can prepare to go to meet them and see them and hope that they're going to agree with the plan the way we've designed it. I mean, one of the footings that we're going to have to put in may be a little too close to their, no build, or right in the middle of the wetland itself, but it's not. We moved everything to the edges as far as we could, and we went as far as we could with that 24-foot span to be able to span that and not be in that wetlands.
Okay. But on the off chance that they want something changed, then you would come back to the planning board with that change?
We would have to, yeah, if you've already approved the plan, the design. I mean, I'm assuming that this board likes what we prepared, where the location is and how everything is. And I'd actually be able, I'd like to be able to tell the Conservation Commission that this board, Board of Health, everybody is on board with this. And that, we prepared a project that's going to minimize any negative impact to the wetlands. They may come back to us and say, well, we think you're going to impact it in this regard. Will you create another little wetland area down here? And then we do that. And, there's trade-offs that go on like that. I'm not saying that the current commission will do that, but in the past commissions have.
Okay. And this is going to look the same as the other wall that's there?
I think it's generally is the same. I hope I put in your package some product materials there. You can see some pictures of it. I believe I did.
There are a bunch of different choices.
Yeah,
Have you
can tell it's
arrived at something?
It's going to be Marnie, it'd be the simplest. I'm sure, probably a light beige or a gray, not any of those fancy designs.
Knowing the principles at Ken's, they're going to want it to look as close to the other one as possible.
Yeah, which isn't, yeah. It's rather plain, right?
I don't have any more questions, but I see that there are a couple hands raised.
Maybe just before you go on, I just
Yeah.
wanted to ask if the planning board agrees. I think that Scott and Bill, that the plan sheet C8 should have a note of reference to the approvals,
Okay,
the 2 permits with a deed and book reference.
how about if I
Yeah.
draft up a note for you to review? Karina, is that a good idea?
Sure. And I'm just trying to think here.
That's a good idea.
So upon approval of this, a decision will be drafted for a modification, which will include this. And that decision will also reference the 2 original permits. And this decision will have a condition that you'll have to record that decision with this plan sheet as an exhibit. I
Yeah.
would think that would be the best way to go, so that it then ties itself to the original permits for the expansion project. In lieu of
Bill and I could put
creating
together
a
that
full set.
for you guys a draft one.
Sorry?
I think Bill and I could put together the modification and how it relates, the document itself for the board to consider.
Yeah, we could include that into the decision. There's a certain format we use for the decision, but we could include that in, the findings or as a condition, something like
Yep.
that would be helpful.
Yeah, we could work that on.
Um,
Yeah,
That was it, right, Mimi?
Yeah.
We had been talking about this. I think that was the one thing that it should somehow tie to the original
Yeah.
permit that it's modifying.
Well, it has to, that has to, because that's our intent. It's not
Yeah.
intended to stand alone.
Yeah.
In the body of the modification up front, it's going to reference the prior permits, the dates, the recording information, and all of that. And it'll get referred to throughout the decision.
So on the plan.
And generally, when that happens, the registry will put a note in the margin of the prior decision also relating forward to this, so.
Okay, thanks,
Okay.
Mimi.
All right. I see Ms. Alker has her hand up. Could you bring her over? Hello,
Good evening.
good evening. Go ahead.
Heather, you're muted.
Yeah, she's muted, yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
There you go.
Good evening. Happy January. I just had a quick question, more of a comment, but in the sound wall, I was just going to ask what material is being used, because I've seen the other wall in place and it does look, from my unprofessional eyes, look very good. It looks like really material that's used. I've seen other sound walls that just cut more like wood or something, but this one looks pretty like it's using something substantial. So I just was asking what material was proposed in this wall. Oh,
I actually think it's discussed in the report of a letter from Deb's consultant.
yes, yeah,
That's the type of
I did see
materials.
that. I think they
Yeah.
think it's a high quality for
Yeah.
sound mitigation. That's my understanding as well. So it's just,
Yeah, and it's a composite, and there were several
Yeah.
that were looked at. We had the experts looking at the different potentials
Yeah.
that we could use, and this is the one they came up with.
there we go. Yeah.
also fireproof.
It looks very nice, I will say. So more of a comment, I did review the Abutter Sound Expert, Tech Environmental, Mr. Wallace, review of the proposal, and he was positive. It was a positive review for meeting the same kind of sound mitigation as our earlier proposals in the summer. And so in that way, I just want to say thank you. And it's been a great collaborative effort. And thank you to Ken's for listening to abutters and working on these designs so diligently.
Thank you for working with us.
My pleasure.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Perry? Hi, David. Did you have a comment or a question?
Still muted, David.
You're muted. Did you have a question, David?
David?
You can sort of hear something, but not very loud.
I can't hear anything.
I don't hear anything.
I don't hear anything either.
It's almost like some ticking sound in the background. Oh, he muted himself. Oh, maybe.
He has his hand up still. But the internet is acting funny tonight. It definitely is.
David, it looks like you can speak. Can you say something?
I hear somebody trying. It's just not coming through. It might be a problem on his end.
Mr. Farrington?
Yes, Kevin Farrington, 58 Flag Road. I just wanted to thank the board and thank Ken's for all the effort, and really looking forward to this moving forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And I see Mr. Wallace is here. Did you have anything you wanted to comment on, Mr. Wallace?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank everybody for the collaborative process and also the opportunity to review the plans. I've been working very closely with their consultant, David Coe, and it's been a real pleasure working through this process with Ken's Foods. Have been very helpful going through this process, and I think that our review of this recent submittal is very consistent with what was presented before by Mr. Code to the Board of Health, and that even when we looked at it from our own analyses, it definitely showed that it was very consistent with what was presented in Mr. Code's report back in August of 2022. So we feel very confident that the wall is of the same design and requirements to protect as many of the residences on Flag Road and East Brook Farm Road, and that the sound wall itself, the material itself, what we were trying to achieve here was a good, solid, dense wall that can reduce the low frequency sounds that were of a concern from the refrigeration trucks. And this more than meets what our expectations were, both from Mr. Coates' perspective as well as ours. So And again, I'd just like to close out by saying it's been a great team effort, I think, you know, in a collaborative process. And I thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more hands. So do we want to continue to the 6th? Is that where we're going here?
Do you want to try one more time, see if David can say anything?
Mr. Perry, did you have a question or a comment?
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may have a private conversation with Bill in front of everybody. Bill, does it make sense if we ask for a continuation to the planning board meeting after our hearing with the Conservation Commission or before the Conservation Commission?
I was just thinking that through that in my head. And we do have a few things that we need to address with Fuss and O'Neill. I'd like to tick most of those off and maybe address those for a short meeting next time, knowing full well that we're probably going to have to continue again until after we go to Concom. But I think it would be worthwhile.
Okay, good.
Worthwhile for the next meeting, Bill? Or to skip one?
Yes, no, I think we have a couple of weeks. We can work out the things that we need to with Fuss and O'Neill. And if Karina had anything else that we need to address, and then we'll just continue till after the Concom hearing, so that we'll just have to address what they have.
Well, we'll take much less of your time next time. That's what we'll do.
Right.
So
So
we are
attend
going to
on
meet
the
on the
6th.
6th.
Yeah.
We're still going to meet on the 6th, right, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Chair, I make a motion. We continue the public hearing for 325 Turnpike Road, sound barrier wall modification to previous approved major site plan approval to February 6th, 2023 at
7:15.
7:15.
Are we sure about that time? Because it wasn't the last item that we continued to that date.
7:10. No, we did 7:10.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Right.
Mr. Murray back. So the next item on the agenda is the opening of the public hearings for the tree protection bylaw article.
I have a legal ad I can read
Okay.
for you. So this is the public hearing notice, Town of Southborough. The Southborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Monday, January 23rd, 2023 at 7:25 PM at the McAuliffe Hearing Room, second floor, Townhouse, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. 01772, to review a proposed general law bylaw amendment for 2023 annual town meeting warrant article to add a section to chapter 153 trees for a tree protection bylaw. The intent of the bylaw is to put in place a process for the maintenance of public shade trees, including but not limited to trimming, cutting, planting, and the removal of dangerous or damaged trees within the public right of way, and to protect the town from unnecessary tree removal and to maintain the New England character and charm of the town of Southborough. A copy of the application and plans can be viewed at the planning office at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours or on the planning board's webpage, Southborough town.com/planning-board. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated or join the hearing by going online to www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. Mimi Luttrell, Chair, Southborough Planning Board. So we received an updated version. Well, let me back up a little bit. The planning board's been holding discussions on this ongoing until we were opening the public hearing, and tonight's public hearing was duly advertised, and towns and agencies were notified as required. The tree bylaw, the tree protection bylaw section was provided to the town departments for review, including town council. And I don't believe we received any comments back, Colleen.
No,
Okay. And that brings us up to speed. That's where we are. And on the screen, I believe that's the most current version.
Okay. Very good. So this article was at the special town meeting last fall and did not receive great support. So we've gone back, made some amendments on it, and are bringing it back for this town meeting. And what this does is, in Massachusetts, we have public shade tree protection. That's any tree within the right of way is owned by the public, and those are protected. And this codifies it, brings it as part of our bylaw. So it's easier to find and easier to understand. We've added some definitions that aren't in the Mass General Law. Some of the things that were not supported at the town meeting have been removed. The reference to the permit for work in the drip line has been removed. The amendments that were requested have been added into the bylaw. So hopefully this will pass with flying colors at the annual town meeting. I had one question for the board. Under F, prohibited activities. Since the drip line and the root system was a very touchy subject at annual town meeting, I wondered if the cutting or poisoning of the tree roots should be removed under F, Colleen, prohibited activities. Right there. The number 4, if the board thought it would be within the interest of getting this passed to remove that and leave the others. The other things align pretty closely with what's in Mass General Law. Is there an opinion on that, Mr. Mills?
No questions.
Do you have an opinion on removing that prohibited cutting and poisoning of tree roots from the prohibited activities section?
Yeah, no, that's sorry, I got a unique situation here. David Perry just showed up at my door because he couldn't get his computer to work, so he just came in. I'm getting him situated here, so I didn't really hear everything.
Oh, okay.
If you could ask that again, I'd appreciate it.
Before you ask again, Mimi, can you just kind of walk through your thinking on why you think that would be a beneficial to remove, like why that could be controversial?
Because that was the section of the bylaw that received all the pushback at town meeting, and because the root systems can go onto private property. So I was just hoping to follow the path of least resistance and have this be passed. And have it align as close as possible to what's already in Mass General Law.
I know I'm out of turn, but I guess my thought would be maybe the cutting, taking out, but the poisoning of tree roots, I think, I mean, the theory there, I think, is still like you shouldn't poison a tree to try and kill it. So not that, we'd ever probably catch anyone who does it, but I think the general gestalt of that, where it's the cutting, I think if you removed that cutting or
Okay,
language, I think I would support that.
okay. That makes sense to me. Okay.
Mimi, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Marnie.
No, so continuing me stepping out of line, Mimi, can I speak again? The other question that I wanted to ask is the draft warrant article came out without any numbers. I wanted to see if you could appeal to have these two as high up, as there will be quite a lot of activity. This will definitely go to a second day, and I would love to have this before some of these other agenda items hit in the town. So if we could request that these go earlier, I don't, maybe right after the budget, or I'm not sure if we could even go before the budget. Just a recommendation.
I can certainly try, but usually the planning board articles go last, like things go in a certain order, and it's the budget and then selectmen articles, CPC articles. So I'm not sure, but I can try.
I'm all set. I have nothing. more to
Okay.
say. Sorry.
Thank you. Should we go back to you, Mr. Mills, or do you want to?
I agree with what Marnie, her suggestion. And
Okay,
otherwise I've got no other comments.
all right, thank you. Mr. Stein?
I guess I'm fine with removing cutting and just leaving it at poisoning tree roots, or as a prohibited activity, obviously. In
Okay,
other words, but if we allow cutting tree roots, I do feel like that opens up the opportunity for, I don't know, behavior that's against the spirit of this bylaw. It makes me sort of question, what the viability is of the bylaw in general. Is this too hybrid? Is this proven to be too prohibitive an effort by the planning board? Is where I'm at with this whole thing. I would say if it doesn't pass, at this point in this current form, probably should, we should move along. Thank you.
thank you, Jesse. Mr. Murray?
So I don't agree with taking out cutting. When I look at this section, interestingly, the section before E talks about planting new trees. And I think about F as doing anything possible to kill the tree. And so, I wonder if maybe, we should say that any activity leading to damaging or causing death to a tree in the public way, including these things, is prohibited. Because I think what tripped people up is to say, gee, I'm planting my tulips and I'm, raking or lightly digging, or those activities. I think you explained, Mimi, during the special town meeting, they're not going to cause the death of a tree. So I think people were kind of really getting nervous, maybe, that planning board's trying to tell them what they can and can't do under their public shade tree if it's in their yard. At least that was sort of my takeaway. But I actually think that this section, maybe the first sentence really should say, don't do anything that's going to cause death, damage, or, leading to death. That I think is what this is about. And all of these things we know can, cause, eventual death to the tree. So a person doesn't have a right to do anything that will lead to death of a public shade tree. And I think if you take out cutting, then I don't really understand that. So cutting, I don't know if it refers to branch or cutting cutting roots, but cutting roots can kill a tree. So don't do anything to kill the tree. And maybe putting in that perspective, let's not kill the trees. Somebody can make the determination if they're planting tulips is really like gonna, cause a tree to die. I think from my perspective, all of these things go a little bit beyond, what's in the law as an example for the public to help them understand. And ironically, the more detail that was there, public didn't really understand. But I think if simply putting in a statement to say not to do any of the following things which could seriously harm or cause death to a tree, including, and then leave it to the public to decide. If I plant my tulips, am I causing my tree to die? No. So then they're okay. So that's how I look at this section.
To add to a point here, what happens when you have a project that is installing sidewalks and they have to cut the roots? This would prohibit that, correct? Or is there a waiverability for public improvement, roadway improvement projects? In other words, you see where trees remain, there's been some examples, but the sidewalk is going to be installed and the roots get cut. That would fall under prohibited activity, correct?
Right.
Just the food for thought that this might be a contentious point.
Yeah, and not all root cutting is going to damage the tree. And that's how we got caught up at the last town meeting and discussion of where the roots can meander to, and you can't touch a root on your property and fix your septic tank. And so it's just hoping.
Because if you leave cutting in here, someone has a project, a public works project, say, so to speak, and they have to cut the ground there along the edge of a property line where the trees are private. Well, if it's a private tree, that's a different scenario.
Yeah.
If it's a public tree, I was thinking of where it was a public or private tree, so I take it back. It was a little confusing. So this is related to public shade trees. And
Yes.
you just have to make sure that it is a public tree that won't get impacted, right?
And Deb, I don't disagree with your assertion. I think the challenge is that there's just people that read through this and it's really hard to. The cutting thing was a big issue with what tree roots had to be cut with the septic system. Like that went on for quite a bit. And I think that's the concern specific to cutting. So while I don't disagree that we don't want to kill a tree, it's just trying to do it so that we can get it at least passed through our town hall. I don't know if Andrew or Jesse have thought about it.
I 100% agree. At this point, I mean, the spirit of the bylaw to me is still intact. If we, but just barely, if we remove cutting and leave it at poisoning. So, Marty, I think I'm on the same page that we're looking to get, the intent passed at this point, and not, and be realistic about our expectations at town meeting.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's where we got hung up before, right? So if we take out at least cutting of the roots, I think that'll address the whole going into septic systems. And the way I understood when we were talking about the drip edge piece too, the roots all went to the edge of the drip edge. So I don't know how we straddle that line between, you know, making sure no one deliberately kills the tree, you know, without. I'm stuck on this one, how to do it. So I think I'll need, we're going to continue this anyhow, right? So I
Yeah.
need to think about.
Right. Is there anyone in the public that has a comment on this?
8 attendees, no hands raised.
Okay. So should we continue this item?
I make a motion, we continue the public hearing for tree protection bylaw warrant article to February 6th, 2023 at 7:25 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Perfect.
Second,
Very good. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Very good. And on to the next. Opening the public hearing for the scenic road warrant article.
I have another legal ad to read.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, this is a public hearing notice, Town of Southborough. Southborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Monday, January 23rd, 2023 at 7:30 PM in the McAuliffe Hearing Room, second floor townhouse, 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. 01772, to review a proposed general bylaw addition for 2023 annual town meeting warrant article to add chapter 154 scenic roads. The intent of the bylaw is to designate additional town roads, but not currently designated as scenic roads, other than those specifically excluded by state statute as scenic roads, under provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 15C, practicing sound planning principles, aesthetics, and preservation of natural resources, as well as public safety. A copy of the application and plans can be viewed at the planning office at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours or at the planning board's webpage, www.southboroughtown.com/planning-board. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated or join the hearing by going online to www.southboroughtown.com/remote meetings. Mimi Luchel, Chair, Planning Board. So again, with this one, we've had this as a discussion item for several planning board meetings, and we have a draft bylaw amendment, which is the same as the one basically that was submitted at the special town meeting in 2022. Correct me if I'm wrong, Marnie, but there was one phrase that was added to the initial paragraph here: simplification of town administrative and logistical scenic road management. This was advertised and posted, and towns and agencies were notified with the legal ad, and that brings us up to speed. If you had anything else on that meeting, Marnie.
Yeah, I think just to make a statement that this has never gone before town meeting. So in the first
Oh, right.
attempt, that was when Don was still here, and he did the first one on the tree bylaw. Or no, he did go do this scenic road, and then it created a bit of a conversation. So we postponed it into the special town meeting, and then we didn't even go forward because the discussion had extended quite a bit of time and we're running late. So we opted to pull it. So this is an opportunity, after I've had conversations with Conservation Commission and Historic, really just trying to talk about what's the best way forward. I think we've talked about this. There are a number of scenic roads, all except these remaining, I think there's 68 of them, that all other roads except for numbered highways are considered scenic in our town. And so it really is, the way that we've designated scenic is truly more administrative and logistic. If it has articles like public shade trees or stone walls, that they are preserved and they are given extra protection. So the goal was really, let's just make all the roads in town scenic. It actually helps it make it super easy for administrative and logistical purposes, specifically relative to kind of DPW and how they handle trees and how they handle tree removal requests, which are joint tree meetings that the planning board would be part of. And so we really want to make sure that we preserve our town and that we put all the opportunity forward for our town to vote on it. So nothing has changed, and everything, as Karina had suggested, was updated and is before you today. So I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Marty, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, the only thing I think we should do is make sure we get in front of the new DPW director, make sure they're on board with this. I know they were just hired, I think, a week or so ago.
Andrew,
But-
that has stalled, just to be aware. That
Okay.
process has slightly stalled.
All right, well, regardless, when town meeting does occur, whoever the either acting director is or director of the DPW, we probably just want to get them on board.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll make an effort to try and make that connection.
Thank you.
We do have an acting DPW director, interim DPW director. And I can give you that contact information, or I can reach out to him for you.
Yeah, I'll take it on. I don't mind.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Stein?
The article makes sense to me. I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Maria?
Oh, well, the article makes sense to me and I support it too. I just wanted to add, while we had a discussion probably 6 months ago about, for example, Davis Lane and removing the island and with the trees that are there. And it occurred to me, a lot of these roads are probably part of a development where I think that the tree plantings and everything are purposeful, right, in these developments. And it's a shame that they don't have protections. And I guess it occurred to me when we were having that particular discussion, because if the island were to be removed, the public shade trees would have gone, the trees in the island would have gone also. It certainly does change the look of our neighborhoods if there's no protection. And so I support this article. I supported it from the first day, and I hope that people see that this is, the trees are thinning in Southborough and in a lot of areas outside of major cities, and we need our trees more than ever. So this would really help us, and I support it.
Thank you. I do too. Does anyone in the public have any questions?
We have 8 attendees, no hands raised.
Okay.
I make a
Should we-
motion to continue the public hearing for a scenic road warrant article to February 6th, 2023 at 7:30 PM.
Second,
Very good. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Okay. And the next item on the agenda is a discussion item. The MBTA communities to finalize the action plan to send to the state by January 31st to maintain compliance.
Do you want to speak to this, Mimi, or you want Colleen to address it, or you want me to give you a little update?
Sure, whoever.
All right, I can do a general one and then you can add some more
Okay.
specifics. So the action plan for MBT communities is due the end of this month. You may recall from the prior meetings that Shopsy also reviewed this action plan and added some comments for which the planning board accepted at one of the prior meetings as well. And then Mimi and Colleen attended a select board meeting last week in which this was a topic, and explained kind of the very cursory aspects of the MBTA communities program up to what's been accomplished and what this requirement is for compliance at this time. And they were given the opportunity to provide comments. I don't believe we have any further review comments from the select board other than what might have been expressed at that meeting. So this document with a few tweaks, I think, that Mimi and Colleen are working on will be ready to go within the next few days before the 31st deadline. Colleen had applied for a 3ATA grant, which you all know she was able to procure for $20,000. And Bowler Engineering was the firm that was selected by the Mass Housing Project, MHP, to be the consultant for that work. They also have a few other communities that they're helping. I think they kind of divvied it up by location. So Colleen and Mimi are just getting started with them. They provided a scope, which I haven't reviewed yet, but Mimi and Colleen may be able to add something to that. In addition, Colleen also engaged in herself and took the initiative to apply for a grant from CHAPA, and has also been successful. They let her know that they'll be awarding a grant, and correct me if I'm wrong, Colleen, but I think it's for outreach portion.
Yep, community engagement.
Community engagement. So that being said, if you have anything else to add, Colleen?
No, we haven't finalized anything with this, but it sounds like they'll be creating cohorts, they're calling them, and doing, I guess, a couple of communities together. That's about as much as I know about it right now. We're going to have a meeting with Lily, who
Link.
sent us this, I believe. I don't have my
Yeah.
calendar in front of me, sorry.
Thursday.
This Thursday, okay, good. And we'll find out more about it at that point.
Super. Mimi, did you have anything to add from the select board's meeting? Did they offer any comments at the meeting, or was it more of an informational?
It was more of an informational. We just gave a general overview of what MBTA communities was, the requirements under the statute, and the requirements specifically for Southborough under the statute. And explained that this action plan needed to be into the state by the end of January, just to try and give the state comfort in knowing that we're moving forward towards trying to obtain compliance. And the approval of this action plan will help us maintain our compliance through 12/31/2024, when we have to have either a district or an overlay in place to be compliant from there.
And in the interim, there's been some potential opportunities coming up depending on properties that might be available. Not available for purchase, but would make good locations for a zone like this.
Yeah.
And that's what the consultants, at least the initial consultant through MHP, the 3ATA grant, Bowler Engineering will help. They'll work with the town to hone in on some of the locations that the town recommends where this district should go. So it's moving forward.
Lovely,
Yes.
but getting there.
Yeah, and the grants are fabulous. Colleen, thank you very much for taking that initiative and making that happen.
Completely. Thank you for all the effort.
Right.
Any comment from anyone else on the board?
Yeah, no, I greatly appreciate the efforts to be in compliance with this and preserve our grants.
Yeah, thank you. Much appreciated.
Okay.
And
I
thanks
have
to
a,
Shopsy too, for, they've been trying to give ideas and covering it during their meetings as well, which is super helpful. I
Yeah.
think.
collaboration is great.
Mhm.
I just had a couple of comments, Colleen, on just to finalize the action plan.
Mhm.
On 2.1A, it says in 2021, the town published an updated master plan. I would put completed updating its master plan.
Okay,
Because it was more of an active process. It's not like we got something and just stuck it out there.
true. There was a lot of work in there.
Yeah. And also under 2.2A, which talks about the different housing initiatives that the town has taken, and it talks about the South Union School and the efforts going on there. I'm wondering if we should mention the passing of the downtown district, which allows mixed-use development by right, which I think the state loves mixed-use development by right.
That's good thinking, Mimi.
Yeah, great.
And then under 3.1C, there's a question of we should decide on a district or an overlay. I think I would just say, just put overlay. We're not held to anything.
No, and it really sounds like that's kind of going to be the way to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and then in there was a question that Sarah had asked in the timeline of the working group, if we're going to create a working group, and should that be at the beginning or? So just, we have to figure out where to stick that in there so that question isn't in there when it goes to the state.
Okay.
And then I just had a question. I read the bowlers, their scope, and they only identify working with staff. Do they know that they're working with the municipality? Hmm?
I guess I don't understand what you mean by that.
So they're all through the scope. It's working with staff to do this, working with staff to do that, working with staff to create a bylaw. But that's not how it works in a municipality. They'll have to work with more than just staff to create a bylaw.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be the technical mapping section is the way it sounded to me. I haven't gone through that scope yet. We can certainly ask him to make a change.
Just so they realize that they're, working with the board.
I see what you're saying. I gotcha. Okay.
That's all I
Anticipate
have.
them, Mimi, do you anticipate them working with other committees and boards? Or strictly, mainly with the planning board and the planning office? in that
Well, it
scope?
depends. If we have a working group, I would think that they would work with the working group.
Right,
If not, with planning board and Shopsy at joint meetings. But the
Right.
other thing is that they plan on being done at the end of March, and this is February, and we haven't even started yet. So I don't know
Yeah.
how,
yeah, I think it's a little new in that regard to them, so they probably have to work out a few of these quirks.
yeah. Okay. Does anyone in attendance have any comment or question on this particular item?
7 attendees, no hands raised.
Okay. Should we move on to the discussion of St. Mark's Street relocation? Planning Board review under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 81I.
Yeah,
Was it?
so maybe I just had a question. I know we have 3 different discussion items here, all kind of relating to the same thing.
Yeah,
Are we gonna talk about each one individually or bundle them all together? And I just want to make sure that we're clear on what our role is on this, if we could. Like from what the town is looking for, from that aspect.
Like me to, Mimi.
Hmm.
Referencing this item, I have a copy of MGL Chapter 4181I that refers to the planning board's review of the St. Mark's Street intersection relocation. Unless you want to read it, or you think it's good.
well, to Andrew's point, the other 2 items were more of updates and a question to the board. So I wonder if we could just check those 2 off and then discuss the street location, because I think that will be a longer item. Does that sound okay to the board?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So just move things up, the St. Mark's Street, St. Mark's Park, tree, stone wall, update on the status. Do you want me to take this, Karina?
Sure, absolutely, and that we had that good meeting too with.
Yeah, so that's all I was planning on, was to update the board that Karina and I had a meeting with the chair of the select board, Kathy Cook, select board member Lisa Braccio, and town administrator Mark Purple. When was that? 2 weeks ago?
On the 11th,
On the
January
11th.
11th.
January 11th. So we discussed the areas of the St. Mark's Street location, the park and the parking that would come under the jurisdiction of the planning board. First was that the public shade tree and stone wall removal need to come before the planning board to offer some mitigation for those things that happened without coming before the planning board before those things happened. So they have committed to submit an application, and we'll have a consolidated hearing on the trees in the stone wall with the select board as tree warden. The next thing was the park will need as a change in use, will need site plan approval. So that will also come before the planning board. And then the last thing was the street location, which under Mass General Law should come before the planning board for a report, which that is being addressed tonight. So it looks as if those outstanding items that hadn't been addressed will be addressed. And previously, Karina had reached out to St. Mark's about the parking, and they had committed to coming before the planning board for site plan review for the parking. So we seem to be on track with things that are under our jurisdiction. Yes, Ms. Houlihan.
Did they give you a timeline or anticipated timeline of when to receive those? Specifically on the stone wall and the tree application for the mitigation discussion.
I think the select board chair wanted those done before town meeting, so it should be pretty quickly. Have you heard from them on that, Karina?
Well, I think that the park, the plans are in design right now, so it's all contingent upon when the park design plans are done. Then they can actually submit an application.
On the trees and the stone wall?
And the trees and the stone wall, because they were kind of after the fact, they're aware that they have to mitigate that. And the way the planning board mitigates that is to actually go through the process that was required so that the public hearing can happen, and the planning board, works with them, and they work with the planning board to come up with some solutions to, substitute or add or whatever. And that kind of took like a secondary spot because the deadlines to get to town meeting with, the land swap, the park, et cetera, were kind of a priority because of that time frame. So I did get a couple of emails from Kathy Cook about application requirements and responded to her, and who would apply and what do we mean engineered plans, et cetera. So they're working on that aspect. But it's clear that, I just made it clear that they had to have plans. Can't just come in with a concept, which later would change, just creates more problems. Things keep changing. So
I was more referring to having them discuss the illegal activity of removing the stone wall and the tree specifically without any plans. But what I'm hearing is that they're going to wait and to get everything that they need done for the street relocation, this land swap and all that stuff before they ever put any application.
When I say the plans, it's really the park project, the major site plan approval for the change of use that requires, engineered plans. When it comes to the tree removal and stone wall removal, there are plans that are required, but it's not as stringent. They're gone. We have potentially plans that show where those things were. And so it's, how do you fix the concerns? How do you fix and put back what you took down and make amends, I should say? How do you make amends for that? And that's what that public hearing will most likely focus on, like you said. But
I was under the impression that Kathy wanted those things taken care of prior to town meeting, although we're
all of them were, I thought it was the park, and that in this review of the intersection relocation, those two things were like the priority, and then the scenic road, stone wall and tree, because they were already, a problem, and they know the problem, that they committed to submitting the applications for the scenic stone wall and tree removal, but that was kind of like third on the list, that they were going to really focus on the two larger things. But then maybe you're right, if they're going to mitigate as part of the park project, where maybe the stone wall or trees come back, or the parking area, whatever, it could be integrated as part of that as well. So I think Kathy asked, who would be submitting the scenic road applications, and I expressed to her it would be the DPW most likely. They're the ones who, whoever took down the trees and the stone wall, or whoever did that work, and whoever property it was, would apply to the planning board. So, but it remains that there are like these 3 or 4 things. It's this review of the street intersection relocation, the planning board's report, the major site plan approval for the park itself, and then the public hearing for the scenic road tree removal being consolidated, and the stone wall public hearing with the planning board at the same time as the tree removal. Unless I'm missing something else. You're right, their goal was to be before town meeting, but for major site plan, that's very tight. If they're looking for approval, if they're looking to apply, they could probably apply prior to then and get it advertised and posted, but I wouldn't think that you'd have a park approval for site plan because they don't have the design plans completed yet.
No.
That could be weeks, so. It's an aggressive goal, but I know it, they are trying to take action on it, but it is awfully aggressive. My thought was, so. At least for the park. The tree and stone wall, they could come in probably at any time because there's a plan. As VHB is here with another, talking about the roadway improvement plans, and those plans included stone wall and tree that you can see with some clarification onto where the property lines are or were or are, and where those stone wall and trees were impacted. That could already start that conversation, so.
And I know the select board chair did reach out to Chris Leroy on the trees and stone walls to submit an application.
Yeah, so I think they're actively working on all of it, but the big items were the more prominent items were at the park and the intersection.
Thank you.
Karina, just to be clear that what's been changed though, nothing on the other side of the existing road, north of the existing road has been touched yet, right? So the wall that's over there, if there was any drainages, it was everything south of the St. Mark's Street, right?
I believe so, and I
Yeah.
think when we talked to about the intersection relocation, we have an engineer from VHB here, Greg Russell, who can speak to briefly about what occurred north of that intersection. And I think you're talking about where the stone wall and sidewalk are on the left-hand side of Marlborough Road as you go up along the ball field, the playing field there, as opposed to this area that you see on screen.
Is Greg on the call?
He will be, he's part of
Yeah.
the
He's
review.
here.
Oh, there he is. He's right there now. Hi,
Okay,
Greg, thanks for coming.
No, I was just letting you guys take the first go through here. And if you want, I can give you a broad overview of how this project all started.
Well,
I
just to
haven't
be
been-
clear, Mimi, are you ready to talk about the review yet, or are you strictly keeping to questions about the meeting that we had on the park and the tree stone wall? Do you want to?
So we're at that one right now, the meeting on the,
Yeah. And Greg, I'm sure, has information he can offer to that, and having information about the whole project. So I'm just pointing out that, he has answers to maybe questions under this section as well.
okay. Anything else on the meeting? By anyone on the board?
Oh.
okay,
Right.
so then maybe so is tonight the final? We're gonna hear everything about the plan and everything, and then we're gonna submit the report, and then we're still waiting for a design that we approve for site plan, is that right?
I think on the road, we're going to get an overview tonight.
Okay.
And I think, did you send this to Fuss and O'Neill?
Yeah,
Karina?
so that was going to be the update under the review portion of this intersection relocation. It was sent to Fuss and O'Neill for review. And so we're waiting for an estimate a task authorization cost estimate for their review. Once they give that back to me, I'll talk to Mark Purple about the cost of that. And they committed to paying that review fee, Mark Purple's office did. And then as soon as we get that money secured, which shouldn't be an issue, Fuss and O'Neill will begin their review. And then, Mark and Kathy Cook, representing the select board, committed that VHB would be attending not only this meeting, but February 6th and February 27th, 2 more meetings prior to town meeting, in order for the planning board to have enough information to provide a report back with their review comments and findings. But that'll give them an opportunity. That'll give VHB and Mark and the select board an opportunity to respond to Fuss and O'Neill comments if there's anything substantial in their review.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So we're all set with that one?
I think so. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, then the other discussion that should hopefully be quick is that there was a memorandum of understanding that was on the select board's last agenda. And included in that was a planning board contingency, which basically said if town meeting passed the land swap and St. Mark's came before the planning board for site plan review on the parking lot, and the parking lot was either appealed or there were conditions on the site plan that St. Mark's was not in agreement with, the land swap would be null and void, and it would revert to a license, which is also within there. And the license allows all kind of the same things as what the current license allows. And it also says that all local, state, and federal laws shall be followed, which site plan and zoning is local. So my question to the board was, do they think that we should ask town council to come to our next meeting or some meeting before town meeting to explain what this contingency means and what the ramifications are if we approve a site plan and it's appealed and it goes to a license? Isn't the site plan still the site plan? So I was unclear of why this was here and what it meant. So I asked that it be on the agenda to see if the board also would like clarification on it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I don't know if he'll come. I mean, we can ask him for clarity via letter, written response, but I agree. If we reject the site plan, then it can go to a license agreement, then how does that work if the plan's still not approved, and what are they going to do? So I would like clarity on that, but I appreciate you putting that on here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
100% agree. No question.
Ms. Houlihan?
Yeah, my preference would be to strike that entire last sentence out of planning board contingency regarding the license, but I know that's also included in the town meeting contingency. Mimi and I attended the select board meeting and asked that question. Mimi specifically asked that question. But I agree we should have town council. To Andrew's point, not sure he'll attend, but I would be in favor of striking that language, that it would revert back to a license, because I think no matter what, the planning board has oversight. It shouldn't be ruled out because it doesn't get approved or it gets denied and then it defaults to a license. So I really just don't know why that last sentence is in section 3.
Yeah.
I'm not a lawyer.
Great. Colleen, can you put that section back up that you had that section? Where's that from? Please. Thank you. And that's in our packet, right?
Yep, it's in the Dropbox too.
Okay, thank you.
So if I could just add my opinion, just because Dover is mentioned in this paragraph, it had me a little bit confused. And I just want to be a little bit nice to say, I actually don't think that this paragraph is lawful. So ironically, we're talking about a parking plan if St. Mark's were to bring something forward for the triangle as their site plan. But under the Dover Amendment, which is Chapter 40A, Section 3, parking is specifically called out as something, an area that's not exempted. And it says that such land or structures may be subject to reasonable regulations concerning the bulk and height of the structures and determining yard size, lot area, setbacks, open space, parking, and building coverage requirements. So, you know, I have a hard time with how that paragraph, you know, formed, but Dover is, you know, parking is considered reasonable regulation. And I just don't see that this paragraph is lawful. And I'd like to see it struck also.
Yeah.
Good catch, Deb.
So just on the Dover, parking can be subject to reasonable expectation, but it's not exempt from Dover. It's still an educational use. Zoning still can't be regulated on or restricted by zoning. But you are able to institute reasonable regulations on parking. It doesn't mean that parking is exempt from the Dover Amendment.
Right, maybe I didn't say that correctly. I should have said that it's not exempt from Dover, but because it's subject to reasonable regulation, I don't think you can just strike that, you know, put in some language to say, and if St. Mark's doesn't like the decision of the planning board, that there's, you know, I don't know, reverts back to the previous license and what this now no longer applies. I don't think so.
Yeah, so I didn't understand what that even means or why it was there, which was why I was hoping that town council could come to the meeting, because I think it's difficult to ask a question that incorporates every single question that we could possibly have about this.
I agree.
Okay. So Karina, maybe you can see if you can coerce town council into coming to our next meeting to ask about that contingency. Okay. All right.
Get his availability ASAP.
And that's capital C contingency versus little c contingency.
Maybe, are we taking questions from the public on this one? Because I know someone has their hand raised in my room.
Oh,
Mimi,
Sure,
you want
Ju-
that for the next meeting, right? February 6th is the
Yeah.
goal?
Yeah.
Okay.
So sure, Andrew, but just as to whether we're going to ask town council these questions.
Just a moment, let me clarify. Yeah, it has to do with the asking town council.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. So
Yeah.
David wants to say something.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand David Perry. I'm a sort of a remote, I'm a remote in the planning board member's house. I came out like 50 miles an hour down a ski slope, zooming by McNeil Drive into his house. So very gratefully entertaining me here. I want to speak in favor of the last planning board member spoke about the outrageous sentence here, which says this, it says that in the event that any required planning board approval is not obtained, then this agreement shall be null and void without any force and effect, provided, however, that any such failure to obtain the planning board approval shall not affect the validity and enforceability of the license. The license has been a key issue at town meeting. You know, town meeting strongly objected to the selectmen basically trying to overrule town meeting powers of, you know, easements and sale of property by sort of conjuring up this license agreement. It's outrageous that they should do that. And the license is still existing here in this memorandum of understanding. I think it says an insult to town meeting, frankly. It should be struck out. They are usurping town meeting power. Town meeting is the legislative body. We set the laws, and they can't sort of come in and sort of usurp easements and sale of property by shoving in license agreements. It's a way of undercutting town meeting powers. I think it should be struck from this whole MOU. It's undercutting the whole power of town meeting. I think it's an insult, frankly. I've said my piece.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to request town council come to our next meeting to answer questions on this contingency paragraph. All right. Now to St. Mark's Street relocation. Do you want to bring us up to date on this, Karina?
Sure. Okay, so as I mentioned previously, last week, the town administrator provided us plans and a cover letter for the St. Mark Street intersection relocation at Marlborough Road. And the reason this is before the planning board is there is a Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 81I, that indicates that the planning board has the opportunity to submit a report on the change of location of right-of-way, town public way. In addition, previously, there was town council opinion indicating that that was the case several months ago, and that culminated in the select board and through Mark Purple providing this information. So what happened is that VHB has a roadway improvement project for the DPW that they prepared, and it included several locations. This particular one had 4 locations, and in that was the St. Mark Street relocation. And so Karen Galligan, before she left, provided them with the excerpt of those plans. And it seems like a big set, but there's a lot of cross sections included in there. In addition, they provided 2 sketches for truck turning radiuses, one which you see on the screen right now. And the cover in letter just reiterated basically that the reason they were coming to the planning board and under the Mass General Law. So when we received the submittal, hard copies and PDFs, we distributed them to the planning board. I submitted them to Fuss and O'Neill in order to get a cost estimate for review, and that is pending. So over the next week, I'm hoping to get that cost estimate and a check from the town administrator to cover those costs, which will then allow Fuss and O'Neill to engage in the review. Greg Russell from VHB is attending this evening, and the select and the town administrator had committed that, you know, he would be available, or VHB would be available at this meeting and the next 2 planning board meetings in order to speak to this. So tonight's goal was for Greg to give the planning board kind of an overview of the project, how it got to this point, and other things that concern it. And I'll let him speak to that. And that's where we are.
Okay, so by project, you just mean the road relocation portion of this
Yeah,
project, well, this,
yeah. So there was a big
Location.
roadway improvement project that included 4 locations. This is one of those locations.
but we're not discussing it. We're not discussing for this report, the park or the parking lot. It's just the road relocation.
Correct. Correct. Unless those other things impact it technically, I would
Okay.
think,
And
in regards to drainage or layout or turning motion or, you know, if there are any curb cuts, et cetera, that could impact the right of way where it's being placed, where it's being proposed to. So
Okay.
I think Russell is a panelist already.
all right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm still getting caught up here. I spoke to Karina this morning, just because I wasn't quite sure what plans you had received. So I'm just reacquainting myself with everything. But this project started back in 2019 as a drainage sidewalk improvement project. We were asked to develop concepts and kind of a drainage review of this area and how it tied basically due to the ponding at the existing intersection of St. Mark Street and Route 85. You know, I guess for anyone that goes through there on a regular rainy basis, you know, there's a fair amount of water that would collect in that corner in front of the new wall. If you go to you know, just for simplicity, if you go to Street View, you know, when you go back every 3 years or so, whenever they take the pictures, there's usually a puddle or something shown on Street View. So that was kind of how it all started with extending the existing the sidewalk that was constructed as part of the Main Street project by Mass DOT. The intent was to bring that. That was part of that was a recommendation of part of the Southborough sidewalk master plan that was prepared. I'm gonna say almost 8 years ago, 10 years ago, probably. I know this was one of the top locations, was getting a sidewalk up 85. So the intent had been to kind of go piece by piece up the road. So that was kind of how it started. And then the Mass DOT Shared Streets grants came out, which was brought up as a possible option for funding, and which ended up with and that's what drove the inclusion of the park, etc. But again, the main purpose was to kind of improve the drainage along this area, and try and eliminate the ponding in that corner. So the roadway, the intent was to put granite curb along the curb, the new alignment, which would also attempt to minimize overflow drainage coming down the hill and impacting the library. You know, because I know that's been an issue for a long time in town, and it was partially, I'm not sure it's been fully addressed. It was partially addressed as part of the, in combination with the library's consultant, Ty and Bond, and the Main Street, and the change that was made in the Main Street project to take more water away from the library. As far as, so that was kind of where we landed there. And then with the shared streets grant, the sidewalk going up St. Mark Street was added. So that was not the initial, that was not an initial piece of the project. From the ponding question. So, I just happened to like be flipping back on it. I think the same puddle was there in 2011 without the wall. But, and then if, looking this, most of the, so the drainage to this point now has been installed, I think, except for the rain garden that would go in that location.
Greg, are
There was
you
not-
seeing this
Yep.
real time right now? You just launched this?
No, I didn't launch that.
I did.
Oh, Colleen, you did. Okay, all right. All right.
But so this is what this was the previous. So if you look to the north, so basically starting at that crosswalk. Looking at the plans, there was a dark black line at that location, which kind of defined two separate projects. So we had the main project, which was the relocation of the roadway, and then the sidewalk going up further up to the St. Mark's West Campus driveway to connect to the existing sidewalk that was up there. That was included as a bid alternate.
So Greg, just to clarify, what you're
Yep.
saying is that when you're standing on Marlborough Road and you see that stone wall on the left and that crosswalk right there,
Mhm.
north of that crosswalk was one project.
Yes,
South of that crosswalk was the intersection project.
yes. So this
Okay,
project here, which is included in the PDF of the plans on sheets 22 and 20, well, sheets 22 and 23 of the PDF.
mm-hmm.
Proposed a sidewalk along, in front of that wall, going up to the West Campus driveway to make a full connection, with the understanding that it would be built depending on what the bid prices came back with.
Mm-hmm.
That north section went through the Conservation Commission, was permitted, was peer reviewed by Lucas Environmental, and had received its order of conditions. Yep.
Was that drainage independent
That drainage is independent. It is
of
not,
the southern side? Okay.
yes. So there's a high point, pretty much where that black line is.
So on the VHB engineered plan, the design plan you saw, there's if
you go to sheet 22 of that plan.
yeah, PDF page 22.
I don't think we have that one.
You do, just go forward, keep going to page 22. You're going backwards. Go forward.
While we get,
22 of, sheet 22 of 54.
Greg, who put in the wall? Did the town put the wall in?
Back, Colleen.
No, St. Mark's, I believe.
Page 22.
There is no page 22.
No,
It's
sheet 22 of the
The
54.
PDF. Look at
Page
the
22 of
PDF
the PDF.
pages. Yeah. You're at
So you're on-
page 30 right now.
that
It's the
page.
document. It's the document pages, not the plan sheet pages.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
Okay, right there. Go back to 22. Keep going. It's just important for the planning board to be clear on this. Go
Yeah.
stop right there. So you see there's a black line right next to the old St. Mark's intersection. That's the delineation that Greg's talking about. To the right of that is the sidewalk project and the drainage that's independent. That's a different project. And then to the left of that line represents the intersection relocation and the drainage
So-
that ties in with that. Right,
So,
Greg?
so anything to the right of that is not going to be built as part of, is not in the current contracts to be built.
So wait, did the drainage project happen yet?
This piece did not.
This piece?
So the piece on page 21, 20 and 21, I guess, has been installed. Except for the, sorry, this,
Has been installed in the
I'm
last.
looking on my sheet here, so. So structures, so I'm zoomed in on mine, but the structures that are on the right of the parking, quote unquote, parking area, those have not been installed yet. Structure 24, which is right next to the new intersection, has been installed to the right.
So but that first one that you're talking about, that looks like it's in the existing road or where it is now.
Yeah, so that's essentially where the puddle is.
Okay.
So that would be, that wasn't designed as a rain garden. Because, as evidenced by what you see when you travel through there, the water wants to go and that wants to go there. So the intent would be to kind of install a rain garden there, catch the water as needed, and if need be, overflow into the drainage system. But it would give it a place to infiltrate before going into the drainage system.
Okay, so the wall that St. Mark's put in.
That's still there.
Right,
It's not going anywhere.
Was that requested by the town? Was that part of a plan for the town to do or anything, or they just put it in?
My understanding, and this is going back a few years. My understanding is that they requested to install a wall to kind of shield the gravel area there. And it was on, I believe it is, and then I'm not sure if I believe they were told, sure, but I'm not quite sure by who.
Andrew,
they built it.
If I could answer, that's correct. They bypassed the planning board. St. Mark's School and DPW superintendent went directly to the select board, and actually in Karen Galligan's letter, she said that she didn't think that they removed the historic stone wall actually, and said that she didn't think that she needed to go to the planning board because the stone wall was mainly along Route 85. In 2018, there was a limited revocable license. So basically the town granted a license to St. Mark's on the former public way, because this intersection has already been moved once before to improve the turning radius. And where the public way was, that's where that St. Mark's built the stone wall on land that we leased to them. And so I think I put the wrong copy in my document, but I have a copy that I've provided on that. This is a 2018 license agreement between the town and, signed by the select board.
And I could be wrong. I don't believe on that side of the roadway, and maybe before it was relocated. It's possible. I don't believe there was a stone wall on that side of the roadway where they built that wall.
So there was one, and it did snake around onto St. Mark's actually. So
okay.
It was little. It was very small. Yeah, on Google Maps, or Google Earth or whatever, the plans from I think 2005, 11, 17, they're all there, and they show that historic stone wall. In fact, I don't even think that this version is out on Google yet, but there was, and it was acknowledged by Karen Galligan that there would be a stone wall removal, and they bypassed the planning board, and the select board agreed.
I guess since we've been working on it, I've never seen it. I hadn't seen a wall there until they built that. But I believe they built that wall in 2019, like right after we had done right before we had done the survey. So that was really that's the kind of overview of that. So now the drainage as it relates to the park area or the other triangle area, however you want to refer to it. The two structures kind of right in the middle.
Are you talking to the right of St. Mark's Street, the proposed location?
I'm talking to the left of the proposed St. Mark's location.
So we're looking at the proposed St. Mark's street, which is kind of right in the middle of the page.
Yep.
And you're talking about the drainage on the left-hand side.
I'm talking. Yep. So that drainage has been installed
Along the proposed roadway?
along the proposed roadway. Just that one catch basin has been installed, I believe. And then just to the left, the two structures those two. Those have been installed. Those are again, this was proposed to be another rain garden. So that infrastructure is in place. The rain garden obviously was not built. And the intent of that was to catch drainage coming off down the hillside and off of any path that was kind of in that area, catch it, infiltrate it, and if need be, overflow it into the drainage system so it wouldn't go into the library parking lot.
But it's catching drainage from the from the current intersection to the south.
So this one is catching it. It would be catching it from it's really just catching it from the hillside, this piece.
What's the hillside?
So, so at the top of the page,
Mm-hmm.
St. Mark's obviously is elevated above 85.
Yep, on the east side.
Yep.
Or on the west side.
The west on the
Okay.
west side of Route 85. The water sheet flows down over
Into
land
the
now,
existing intersection.
sheet flows for the most part. Sheet flows down the hill onto Route 85 and then into the parking area, and then kind of finds its way down to the library parking area. Is kind of how the existing drainage pattern happens. There is
all the proposed drainage is in the drainage infrastructure.
Mhm.
The pipes and catch basins and manholes, just the rain gardens aren't built.
yes, except the pipe that runs from structure 24, which is just to the right of the new intersection.
Mm-hmm.
The pipe that runs from that to the rain garden to the right. So the two structures off to the right, where
Where the puddling was.
where the existing puddling is, that pipe I don't think hasn't been installed. I don't believe.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing. What's going on here?
It's because I know, and we were last time I was out there. I'm not, I was out there last week just to look around, but I wasn't really focused on that particular area, so I would have to go back out and check to see if that pipe was there. It should be easy to find.
Can I ask just a very basic question? So, and I'm hard at tracking this whole situation here. I'm perplexed because I thought we were supposed to stop everything. So the work that's being done now is based on a Conservation Commission approval for water drainage.
No,
Because I thought we were supposed to cease and desist of anything, and I keep seeing stuff happen like
All right,
overnight as I drive by that intersection. So is
So
that
that-
the water
That shouldn't,
infrastructure?
I don't, I, our sorry, the town's contractor for this work that I know, it's like, at least that I know of, has not been out there in months.
Because it's shifting. It looks
I-
different every
So
week
it-
I drive by, there's stuff happening.
Now-
There's either piles that are getting lower or things that are getting shifted. So somebody's out there and I just don't understand what is it being done.
So I can check with the contractor to see if they're removing stuff from the site. I don't, to my knowledge, they haven't been out there.
But would
I
it be
know-
related to the drainage stuff that you're saying has been kind of put in? Is that what likely would be getting done?
No, the drainage was installed before the cease and desist ever
Okay.
came through. You know, so
Okay.
that was completed. I want to say, last, and correct me if I misspeak here, but I want to say that was completed like last April or May.
And that was on the south side of that.
Yes, yeah, that was all on the south
Okay.
side. No, they're not doing anything north of that black line. That was never added into their contract,
Okay.
and no money was appropriated for that work. What I will say, I know National Grid went out and moved some of the utility poles. I'm not entirely sure if they did that. I know when I went out and saw that they had been moved, I was not aware that they were doing it. But that is a possibility that they may have done something.
And then Mimi, forgive me, just I have one more question for this whole thing. And then I'm
ahead.
still trying to resolve what's going on in my head. So then the question that I guess I would have is around the whole project, right? You said started in 2019. So lots happened since 2019. Like, and we've got like major infrastructure change, like, right? So the walls are down, some trees are down. Like, have you guys surveyed the land to even assess if what is proposed in this plan actually accommodates what, like, I still don't even understand why that we have a road redesign, because I know it was already once redesigned. So has it even just engineeringly been reassessed based on the water flow and the environmental changes around it? Or is this just an updated plan?
So, I'm just, as in,
Like the landscaping, the topography has changed. Things have shifted. Lots of
the-
trees have gone down. Stone walls that used to maybe retain wall are no longer, water are no longer there.
So-
And so this was done at a time when all that stuff was there.
so,
So.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm asking
yeah,
you?
no,
Okay.
yeah. So, I mean, the topography that is there now, and I do understand what you're trying to say. I guess the topography that is there now is a result of them trying to build what was proposed. Now, yes, certain things have changed, but the drainage was installed per the plan.
Okay.
Based on the topography that it was designed for. That's not to say that drainage patterns haven't changed. That isn't to say that based on the outcome of the park redesign, if there is a redesign, that some things may not be unnecessary now. Some things may be more necessary now. That, you know, that'll have to come up once that whole situation gets resolved. So, yeah, for instance, I'm just, obviously if the road were to stay where if the existing road were to stay where it was, obviously the drainage structures there aren't going to be there. If if we change, if the park area were changed to in a way that it didn't work with the drainage that has already been installed, something else would have to, certain things would have to be fixed, whether that's grading, moving a structure, moving, something that would have to be taken into account. The idea, and I know what the working group was trying to accomplish was to use, and by the St. Mark's working group was trying to accomplish using, regardless of what they come up with, they were trying to use what has already been installed to avoid any unnecessary cost or any unnecessary duplication.
Got it. And I appreciate that you're kind of in the middle here, and you're third party, you don't have a privy all that. And so I don't think we're expecting to have all the answers. And but what I guess this question is if this design, if the town goes forward, is in your professional opinion, or if it's not in your professional opinion because you don't have enough information, feel free to say I don't know. Would additional engineering studies be required to make sure that we do this properly versus acting on a plan that was done prior to many of these changes that have since occurred?
I don't believe additional drainage studies would, that's what, if we're specifically talking about drainage studies, but I don't believe additional drainage studies would be needed. There'd have to be a review of whatever the final, because obviously the total impervious area is what drives that. In this instance, and I can't speak for what the working group is going to end up with, but my guess would be that they will end up with something with less impervious area than what was originally proposed, which should fit within, what was previously the stormwater, the infrastructure that was previously designed. Will some of that need to get, some of it may need to get adjusted, possibly, but I don't think there would be any major, unless we're talking major increases in impervious area. I don't think you'd really need to go through that again.
So my last comment is that, so what I'm hearing from you is it's like to do this road redesign and get a report from the planning board based on perspective. What I just heard from you is it's kind of dependent on what's going to happen with the park. So the impervious, so to make a report without any insight on what may happen with the park is a disadvantage for the planning board to make any commentary relative to this particular plan in front of us. Am I misstating that?
I mean, I think the way I would put it, from everything I know and from what I've seen of the working group, they're going with a minimalistic approach, less impervious area, so significantly smaller than what was shown on the plan, which should allow for the drain, anything related to the drainage should be accommodated in what is in the ground at the moment and what was designed previously. The grading, the idea, the roadway was under construction. They were building it the way they felt they needed to do. It obviously needs to be regraded. Now that, but that was where they got the cease and desist order.
Mm-hmm.
So that was never completed. The roadway itself is approximately where it should be from a grade standpoint. So in general, you should, the grading, the general grading should be maintained with what was the intent of the original plan.
Can I just ask when the cease and desist was? Approximately last fall,
Now, it was,
last spring
I'm gonna say it was late spring.
of
It was
2022,
after the last town
Right
meeting.
At the town meeting,
Yeah.
yeah.
right after town meeting.
Something like that. Or maybe, so maybe it was installed maybe the drainage was installed the previous fall, and then they never came back to this area.
Maybe, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So Greg, first of all, thanks for coming and like Marty said, I appreciate you. I understand you're kind of in the middle of this and we're trying to just understand the project as a whole. So, thank you. So again, you said, when you're talking about the plan, you said about, it was, I think you used word, they recommended this be put here or, things like that. Who's the they? Was it the town working group? Who made, like, on the plan itself, like, who came up with that plan?
We came up with the design.
You did, okay. Or your company.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And
yes, VHB came up with the design.
okay, for moving the road and basically to help solve the drainage problem and to put in a sidewalk.
Yes.
So, I guess, I appreciate Colleen putting those pictures up there of for the past however many years, because I never saw a puddle until that wall got moved and was right next to the road that St. Mark's put in, that the selectmen apparently okayed and never came to the planning board. So my question is, has any of the engineering, and I don't know if this is repeating what Marty was asking, but has the engineering been done to say that that wall is helping to create the puddle?
No, I mean, I think, because if you go back,
So, wait, are you saying no, that the puddle's not created because of the wall, or the engineering hasn't been looked into to see if the wall is contributing to the puddle?
I'm not going to say that the wall hasn't contributed to the puddle, but I can't say that that's not what we were tasked with looking into.
Understood. Fair.
Now, if you go, what I will say, if Colleen goes back to 2011 on those same, the puddle's there on
It
the
is.
street view. Now, so. And again, I'm not,
Okay.
again,
Yeah.
so it's just a matter of, I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea if that was a heavier rainfall than the one that you see when the wall's there. And I'm not going to say that the wall is not holding some of it back, but for whatever reason, this is where the water wants to come.
Okay, and so then help me understand the need to move the road based on the putting in a sidewalk. Because that was the original driver, right? Isn't that what you said?
To fix the puddle was the original driver. So
To
the idea was to fix the drainage. We looked, in consultation with, we talked to DPW. We spoke with, we looked at options. Like I said, we had come up with I guess what you want to call a 10% plan that shows where the proposed relocation is. And then it kind of, it was there, and then we had and then the shared streets came. There wasn't really funding for it. The shared streets grants came out. We were asked our opinion on various options for the shared streets grant. So we looked at various options on how to use the shared streets grant in order to fund, some of the roadway projects in town.
So then,
and
so
then-
the goal was to relieve the water at that area. We had to move the road. That was the finding. Is that right?
We felt that was the best option
The best option.
to make again, because this is the low point. This is kind of a low point of the road to kind of improve the overall drainage. And then just in general, the kind of the turning movements here. That was our finding. And also to improve and we thought it would help alleviate some of the drainage issues at the library.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I?
Sure.
Greg, thanks for coming in.
Mhm.
Who was the initial point of contact for VHB? In other words, like who hired VHB? Let's go right back to the beginning of this.
DPW.
And who in the DPW was the point of contact?
Karen.
So Karen Galligan hired VHB. Who's been managing this project this whole time since 2019? Who's been the point of contact continuously?
DPW, and then we met with we've met with the Public Works Planning Board at one point. I believe we met with the members of the board on site, but we were not involved with the coordination between the Board of Selectmen, DPW, Planning Board.
You went in front of the DPW Planning Board?
And I could be mistaken one of these projects. I'm trying to, because we've been I know we're in front of the planning board for another part of this project, and I'm trying to, it may not have been the St. Mark's piece, it might have been downtown. I'd have to go back and check the various agendas.
Has there been any interface or input from anyone from the St. Mark's School?
Yeah.
At what point and for what reason?
I remember we had asked just about the feasibility of doing the realignment, if it would be beneficial because we thought it would be beneficial for the drainage. They felt it would be beneficial to avoid the traffic movements across the driveway and the existing St. Mark Street. There was a lot.
Do you remember when that was?
I remember one of the days was cold. It was. I'd have to go back and look.
Was it a year ago? Was it 2 years ago?
It was. Definitely wasn't last year, so it would have been probably at least 2 years ago, if not.
And was there a DPW representative at that meeting, or was it a one-on-one?
Oh no, yeah, no. There was. Let's see. I'd have to go back and verify.
How long have you been a civil engineer?
20 years or over 20 years.
Okay. Would you characterize this process as a normal course of business in your experience?
Yeah, it's not, it is not out, it's not out of the norm for a lot of the projects I deal with.
Have you reviewed the Southborough Town Code in the context of what's, our normal process, or did you sort of just assume if the DPW is directing it, that it must be correct?
I have reviewed it, and I'm not going to say I am an expert in it, but I'm not.
If you could change how things have gone, what would you change? What would you do differently?
There was a rush at one point just because of the whole grant situation. So I would have told everyone to take a step back at that point.
Thanks. I ask these questions because I feel like our processes serve a purpose, and the requirements for the items that my fellow members have discussed earlier serve a purpose. And I feel like, the processes have been circumvented here to, and we're now in a very difficult position.
Yeah, no, I think, I am generally a fan of public outreach. I was involved with the Main Street project. I was at meetings, public meetings, on a regular basis. At that point, I was good friends with Mr. Perry. So I'm a big proponent of public involvement. And I think this happened to a lot of communities over the past, say, about, when all these grants started coming out, very quickly, because there was a during the pandemic. I think a lot of communities dealt with issues trying to get up and running with the grants, get up and running, keeping them meeting the deadlines that were put in place by the grants. And I think Mass DOT had a similar issue where there were, in some cases, unreasonable deadlines put on towns to meet these grants. So when there's a lot of money out there, there's a lot of pressure and moving parts. And I think that was a issue, especially with that particular program, that caused a lot of issues in a lot of towns.
Greg, who is the key point of contact for VHB now?
Me.
No, sorry. Who are you reporting to?
Good question. So Mark reached out to me regarding
Purple.
Mark Purple reached out to me regarding attending this. I've received, and other than that, then from a DPW standpoint, we don't really have a contact at the moment. We're just, we've kind of put our stuff on hold just until, until a new decision-making team is in place, we'll say, just to make sure, everybody is on the same page before everything moves forward with, regardless, because we have other contracts. And there are other.
I appreciate you answering my questions. Thanks a lot, Greg. I'm done for now.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you, Greg. And I should just point out that as Mr. Stein referenced, that the correct processes weren't followed on this, but it's certainly not under your purview to make sure that the town follows its own processes. So that's not on you. The sidewalk along St. Mark Street, I'm just curious why it's on the north side instead of the south side if the park is on the south side.
So there are a lot of discussions about that. And the main reason we had it on that side was, once you get just past the park, if you wanted to continue the sidewalk, it was gonna have to cross anyways because of the cemetery. There's not enough space to put a sidewalk in front of the cemetery. So if we wanted to continue it and connect it to the sidewalk that's at Common Street, or if we wanted to tie into the back of the town hall and St. Mary's Church flag school, we felt that side was the best place to have it. It's also that provided a little, where we placed the crosswalk was a site related issue, both site distance and then ability to have a crosswalk with the grades that were present.
Okay. And on the plan sheet 88 of 141, it's showing, and from what I could tell from the key at the beginning of the plan set, it looks like a proposed tree line because it's in dark color instead of the light gray.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a proposed? Because those
Yes.
trees, as far as I know, aren't there anymore.
Yep. And I'm gonna say the one that is on the one that is behind the proposed sidewalk on St. Mark Street is probably a typo.
Oh, okay.
So I think I'm just so the I would say the intent would have been if so if it hadn't been cleared, that would have been where theoretically the tree line would have been. Definitely, as I know, there was an arborist that came out and looked at everything, and I was trying to find the report for it, and I could not off the top of my fingers, but I know there were trees that were not and I want to say the ones like right at the kind of like right in the middle of the street, the proposed street at the top, were kind of like where the name St. Mark Street is. I think those are the ones that he was focused on that shouldn't be kept regardless, but I'd have to go back and look.
Okay, so that tree line shouldn't be there, is that
The
what
one
you're saying?
the one on the back of the sidewalk shouldn't be.
Okay.
I think that because that goes through the street, so the existing street.
In the remove and reset the stone wall that was going down 85 and is cutting across, which the new opening, and that's going to be reset along the new St. Mark Street there?
That was the intent, yes, was to basically, so the existing, we were retaining the existing stone wall just to the right of the new intersection along 85. And then the intent was to relocate anything that was disturbed up and carried up as far, as far as it was capable of being carried up the new roadway.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Mr.
Maybe
Murray,
So,
Okay.
I saw you had your hand up earlier, Debbie. I didn't know if you
I
had.
do have some
something.
questions, but Mr. Mills, do you want to go first?
no, go ahead. I've asked some already. So
Well, my turn, I guess. Okay, I just wanted to make a clarification. In the shared streets and spaces program, there's a statement in the application that says, it's a question, the shared streets and spaces program requires municipalities to provide notice or opportunity for public engagement related to the proposed project. Please confirm whether this has occurred. And then we answered yes. So I just want to say I don't think that was correct in 2021, and I don't think that's correct now. I actually am a assigned member to the Public Works Planning Board, and I did go back and take a look and made the proposal that this project be put forward to the Public Works Planning Board, made that proposal to a couple of the select board members. I don't recall that it was ever brought forward to any committee, but there are some meetings that don't have minutes. So it's possible, Greg, that, you attended one, but, I just wanted to, make that clarification that, this is why there's so many questions, is because over the years, there's been no public process.
No, and
Yeah, I mean, that's a town problem. That's not
my
your problem.
and I believe, and I could be wrong. I believe it was presented, and it may have been the application in general. I would not have been there, but was presented at a select board meeting for discussion. That does not, and I'm not saying that's the, necessarily the best way of going about it. But I believe that was done, and I could be wrong. But I'd have to go back again. I'd have to go back to when that was submitted.
Well, I wanted to ask you because, the meetings that I thought I heard you say, and just help me to understand this. This is the first time I've ever heard that the relocation of St. Mark Street, correct me, is to address a drainage problem. Is that accurate? Do I understand that? Because
that was that was the initial. Sorry, that was the initial reasoning behind the project.
So, did you think about just addressing the drainage in a different, did you weigh other options besides moving a historic scenic road?
We looked into other options. There was drainage wise, it was kind of tricky to get something down there. Could it have been done? Yes. There was concerns. We were told of concerns regarding, kind of turning movements. So we were asked to pull together, I guess, what our ideal option would be based on all the various things that we were told to correct. So that is the turning movements, the drainage, and also, we're always looking at ways to, as well as the library drainage.
So I'm going to ask you about the library, but on the turning, do you mean is there a safety issue? The turning radius for like emergency vehicles? Is that what you mean?
There was I know there was, there were questions about the, just, I don't recall there being it's been a while since I've looked at this, and I haven't checked the police data or anything. I don't recall there being a, significant crash history there or anything. I do know there's the turn lanes are substandard. It's that wide. The intersect or the St. Mark Street is that wide because everything needs, or trucks need, whether it's fire trucks, buses, delivery trucks, they need that amount of space to make the turn, whether it's if they're coming down and taking a right, if they're going in that way.
Yeah, but I think one of my board members mentioned that the intersection was moved in, I think it was 2006, to address that very problem. So, and this predates you, it sounds like, but so that's very problematic to say that that there's a safety concern, over the turn radius, because from what I understand, in 2006, when the intersection was moved, created that space, and we leased the wall to St. Mark's subsequently years later, but that very intersection was modified. Drainage wasn't addressed I received that information directly from a select board member. It was solely to address the turn radius and to line up the intersection with the St. Mark's driveway across the street, so that it was meant to be safer. So it's hard to believe that actually, 10 or 12 years later, that we're saying that there was something wrong with the turn radius. That's actually one of the things that I haven't found in looking, trying to put together a list of concerns over moving an intersection, because that intersection was widened and created specifically to make it safer for the emergency vehicles. But I did want to ask you if you're familiar with our town bylaw 174-13C, which has to do with stormwater and erosion control. And it says that if 50% of the soil is disrupted, property is not town owned, and the new street has not gone to the planning board, and the roadway is not yet a public way, that our Conservation Commission has a right to take a look and weigh in on this particular matter. And so this is a very unusual situation because the property is not town owned, and a lot of times the boards, right, are working on projects for proponents. So I was just curious, have you reached out to anybody on the Conservation Commission about stormwater and erosion control in this area?
So we spoke to the Conservation Commission when we went through conservation as far as for the other portion, and they did not feel it was in their jurisdiction.
Okay, so for either part, the north or the south
But
part?
the north part was in their jurisdiction, and we received an order of conditions from the Conservation Commission.
How can the north part be in the south?
That was it, because there was work within the buffer zones related to the wetlands to the north.
Okay, and thanks for clarifying that. Okay, I do want to ask you about the library. Frankly, I'm confused as to why I don't see any kind of a drainage analysis from VHB. And I want to ask you if you're familiar, and I'm scrolling around on my other computer, so I'm sorry, but in 2013, the library commissioned PAR Corporation to do an existing drainage analysis and a long-term drainage improvement plan. And I wanted to ask you if you're familiar with that report, and if you've spoken to anybody at the library.
We had a so
you had two different questions. Do you know what report I'm talking about?
Yes, I know what report you're talking
okay.
about. We did speak to people at the library as part of this job, but we did significant drainage improvements, and they did improvements they hired Ty and Bond to do improvements on the library property. We coordinated with Ty and Bond and Mass DOT as part of the Main Street project and made modifications to that project while it was under construction. In an attempt to better address the drainage issues in the library. So that included adding additional structures, upsizing pipes to get water from this area, from the library itself, down across Main Street and out and down Corderville. That was done as part of under Mass DOT's contract in conjunction with Ty and Bond and the library.
So that wasn't part of the work that VHB was doing and part of this project? Then it was a separate project?
It was an add-on to the Main Street project that was already under construction. With
Oh, I'm sorry. So I know I'm going back a lot of years because it was like 2013, 2014, but PAR recommended a detailed survey and full set of engineering plans for the library property. And I guess what I'd like to know is, I don't know how Ty and Bond comes in and PAR and VHB. I just don't understand that.
So,
yeah, but I'm wondering, have any of the engineers talked to each other? Because when PAR created their report which I think the report came in 2014, they drew a map and they showed sort of where the problem was coming from that was leading to the library. And it was coming from the very tip of the triangle. And so I would want to make sure that whatever, infrastructure has been put in already to address drainage, I'd like assurance that, one, it's not going to make things worse for the library. And I'm not suggesting it is. I'm just saying, it shouldn't make it worse. It's our public asset. It's one of the most beloved public assets in town. But I would like some assurance that there's some sort of an analysis that the plan that's been chosen is the one that is going to help the library.
Sure.
So yeah, sure, there'll be a park and there'll be other things there, but the library is downstream from all this. And I'm struggling to find, because I found the PAR report, I actually was given it, but is there a similar kind of analysis that VHB has done?
So we, I'm gonna take a couple steps back here, just to try and I'm not gonna guarantee I'm gonna get all this right, but so PAR, we were under contract with the town to design Main Street. PAR was hired to, and I'm not entirely sure who they were hired by. I haven't read the report in a while, but
I think the library
I think it was the
trustees.
okay, so yes, I think they did it. Yes, so all right, they were hired by the library trustees. I believe Ty and Bond was hired by either the library trustees or the building department to look into PAR's recommendations and determine a way to implement them. We met with Ty and Bond and the building department and came up with what we felt was a solution that could be constructed. And one of the issues with, is to get the capacity to take the drainage away from the library. You could only, because of all the utilities that are currently in Main Street, you can only use certain size pipes. Or else, and because the drainage is so shallow, trying to get across Main Street, and because there are gas lines sewer, no, not sewer, water, other drainage lines. We were kind of threading a needle as to try and get, and because of the way the topography works on Corderville. So we came up with a couple of solutions, using multiple pipes, parallel pipes, to kind of make that work. And then the other couple things we did were adjust the driveway, the library driveway. The Main Street job did the south driveway. This project was intended to do the north driveway, to basically lift the driveways up to prevent water along 85 from going down into the parking lot. That was also, and we installed catch basins on the upstream sides of both of those driveways, again, to prevent stormwater from, or in an attempt to prevent stormwater from getting into the driveway, getting into those driveways, and then sitting in the parking lot and flooding the basement. If from, again, what I didn't look at it today, but from what I remember, there were a couple of different ways that water is getting down into the library. We had obviously the water along 85 and St. Mark's, kind of that triangle coming down. There was water sheet flowing down over the land through the cemetery, through the triangle area. As part of, one way or the other, whether the roadway were to stay where it was or not, it was what we suggested you should put curbing all along St. Mark Street, because that'll keep the water on the roadway and bring it down, and then to be collected. And then rain gardens, at a minimum, obviously the area there gets saturated, so it can only infiltrate so much, but it at least holds the water, and then it allows us to put an overflow into the system and the roadway. The DOT project, and this just goes back to state requirements, requires a 10-year, carrying a 10-year storm. We're designing for a 10-year rain event. The pipes were modified and resized for a 25-year rain event in conjunction with tie and bonds improvements. And that was constructed, or not, the roadway, the improvements in the roadway were constructed as part of the Main Street Mass DOT's Main Street project.
So my last question for you, thank you for this history. I think that I'd like to see this written down, because it sounds like you've got the history of all this in your head, but I would like assurance that, what is proposed and what's been done, is following the, initial recommendations that is going to lead to an improvement in the drainage of the library. Because if I heard you correctly, is that this project initially started to deal with drainage, and that's starting in a different place from what most people in town believe. Because I can tell you honestly that I've looked back at some of the earliest meetings, select board meetings on this topic that I could find with moving an intersection, and they go back to a parking lot plan, a conceptual parking lot plan by St. Mark's. So from what I hear, you're saying is that this was all to prevent, address all these things for drainage of the library, yet I don't see any kind of a report or analysis that says, this is what we're going to do, and this is the outcome that we expect. And I guess I still would like to see that, because I'm not a believer that moving the intersection which is what our task is, is going to do anything. Because it sounds like you've already put the infrastructure in, and that infrastructure was meant to help the library. So why do we need to move a historic road?
Well, I'll just say we hadn't put all this infrastructure in as part of the Main Street job. That was just to connect to that lower half of the library and the front of the library. I'll be perfectly honest. I haven't seen tie-in bonds. What tie-in bond did. We weren't tasked with dealing with the library specifically, or I should say with, doing the full, like the survey and the site analysis of the library. That was tie-in bonds project.
And I think I appreciate your honesty, because I think that's a major disconnect. So we're here to talk about and come up with a report of concerns with moving an intersection. I'm first not convinced that the intersection needed to be moved. And second, we've got different engineering companies that haven't talked to each other. And that's the town's fault. It's not your fault. But, I think that's big concern for me. So that's all I have. I'm not going to grill you anymore, but thank you for your honesty.
Mimi, if I can.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Greg, thanks again. So I just want to recap what I think you heard you say to one of the other board members. So you were given a list of requirements to solve for, one of which was drainage, turning radius, and everything. And in the result from all that laundry list of things, your recommendation then was move the road, and that's how we can resolve all of them. I get that. That makes complete sense how you came up with that. So thank you. That helps tremendously. And I was restating that just to make sure, and you're nodding then is confirming, like, okay, that's how we got to where we are. I mean, you could put in, a lot of things in the requirements that forces something, if you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that happened, but you were given a list and told to solve for it, and that's what you did. So kudos to you. The other thing, I had a question. So with the whole drainage thing and everything, there's been, but I've heard from people that the library has said that in this whole thing that there's been a discovery of an underground stream. Have you found that? Is that true?
I have not. I've heard. I haven't heard anything, or I haven't seen anything specific about that. I have heard, someone mentioned it to me recently. So I don't know if that was part of,
Okay.
how exactly, where exactly that. If it's it would not surprise me if there's like a, with the rock that is, with the rock that we found, both, as part of the Main Street job, it wouldn't surprise me if water is infiltrating and then travel, if there's a level of rock and it's traveling on top of the rock. That wouldn't surprise me in the least. And finding it's, obviously you have a top, you have the top of the hill. Generally, when you come across that, there is rock underneath it. I'm not going to say that we've done, deep cores or anything or looked for it. But
Okay,
it wouldn't surprise me at the least.
all right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mimi.
Thank you. So is there any attendees that have any comment specific to our charge, which is to write a report to the select board regarding the relocation of the intersection?
We currently have 6 attendees and no hands raised.
We have Mr. Perry.
Oh, his hand is right. I didn't see his hand. I just see his video. Okay.
It's living.
Sorry, David.
Okay, Mr. Perry.
Okay, well, it's just two points I want to make here. Just, Greg, I thank you for coming and to explaining this sort of myth of this project going round and round in circles. At least we're getting to some elements of the truth here about how this whole thing came about in 2019. Of course, we have to remember it was a time of COVID. It was time of Zooming and people not being able to Zoom, and no one was paying attention. This is part of the problem. You can't really have meetings because people were scared of dying. So, we have to remember that. It was really a very difficult time. So, it's part of the problem I hear. The context of when all this happened, it has to be remembered. It was people were frightened of dying, talking about a meeting. So anyway, just 2 points here. This business about this stream. I mean, it's extraordinary. It's a sort of, the problem is, Greg, you see that Karen told, well, an unnamed, I won't name her, Board of Trustee member says that she was told by Karen that Karen found a stream, and Karen put the stream in a pipe and put the pipe under 85 to the far side of 85, and therefore solved this monumental problem of an underground stream. It's like a myth, and it gets parroted around at meeting after meeting that somehow we have the holy grail was solved because somehow you guys or the contractor found this underground stream and it saved the library from utter hell. It's a myth. It's a completely non-existent untruth, a lie. The trouble is it keeps on emerging time after time. I've even gone up there and asked the library trustee to walk up and show me where the bloody stream was, and it's just a myth. They refused to go with me. It's just absurd. So, Greg, I'm just saying that to you because you need to understand how rumors get rumored and become gigantic sort of mythical issues. How this project up the street has saved the library forever type of golden goose thing. And we can't kill the golden goose because we're killing this. Anyway, so the other point I want to get to is the library flooding. Look, I went there the other day to sort of speak to them about this sort of this stupid myth about this stream. And I just walking into the library, it hits you like as an architect, it's quite incredible. You walk into the library, you park your car, you walk down to the main entrance of the library, the side entrance, and the entrance to the library is at the same level as the street. It's absolutely ludicrous. If that drain, there's a tiny little drain going around that portico. It's tiny little grills, the side of half a millimeter wide. They're going to fill up with leaves. If they fill up with leaves, the water's simply going to flow in. You don't have a parking lot at the same level as a building. You step up into a building. You ramp up into a building. What has to happen out there is the parking outside that side entrance needs to be cut down 9 inches or a foot deep, and it needs to have new undersurface put in, hard fill, and it needs to be repaved. So you step up 6 inches onto a step. Then you go into the library. It's just ludicrous. When you look at it, it's just a joke. When you come down from the library, you walk down the sidewalk, and the sidewalk is indeed 6 inches above the driveway. Then the sidewalk goes down to the same level as the driveway, and it continues at the same level right to the entrance, and it's the same level. That's a very, very simple solution to the library flooding because, drains get blocked. And I just suggest that be done. Greg, it hits you. If you walk there, it's just bloody obvious, what the problem is. It's just simply flat. There is no step. And of course, then you need a slight ramp on one side so a handicapped person can go up 6 inches. It's dead easy to do. And it has nothing to do with catch basins and pipes. It's just simply how you design an entrance to a building. I just put that out to you. That's all. That's all I have to say on the library. Thank you.
Sorry for not returning your phone call.
It's okay. You're forgiven.
But Greg, just correct me if I'm wrong though.
Yeah.
You weren't contracted to solve for the library. You were contracted to solve for the pooling up on St. Mark Street.
Yes, so we've only been involved with the roadway.
Way up
both
north
on
of
Main
the-
Street and up on 85.
Main.
Yeah,
Okay.
like, and I'm gonna say it. I agree with what David said. Having a parking lot at the same level as a door, not ideal. Not a whole lot, it's one of those things. There's not a whole lot you can do about without, a fair amount of money being invested in it. So
Technically, I think the door is lower than the street.
hey,
level.
the door is lower than the roadway. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's almost down. So yeah, but
Yeah,
that's not.
It's the doors in a catch basin, by all intents and purposes.
Yes. So I mean, it's so the best thing we can do is to keep as much water on the roadway as we can,
Right.
Which is the benefit of the curb, the sidewalk in general. The sidewalk will pitch, including the driveway, will pitch towards 85. So that generally will keep the water on the roadway. So that was the treatment that was done at the south driveway. The same thing needs to be done at the north driveway. But
that's not what that project isn't before us or what we're talking about tonight. All right, I don't see anyone else with their hand raised.
There's another hand raised here.
Can I just, there's one other thing I'd like to ask Greg. Greg, did you have any meeting with Mr. Lorien, the director of DOT District 3, with or without town officials?
yes, we met with Barry Lauren.
You did. Well, anyway, did you do any work? This is a technical question. Did you do any, not you, did the contractor do any work on the site, which has stopped? Did he do any work? And it's basically underground work, isn't it? Because now above ground work has been done. There's nothing above ground is being completed. So did he do any basically underground work, excavation or pipe underneath? Underground, which was intended to support an above ground project which included a sidewalk or a history walk. Was there anything done on site? There was. Can you explain that?
All of the if this is going back again to the grant, all of that was done.
Right.
That was all included and as considered as supporting that project.
Yes, I know that, Greg, but let's be more explicit here. Because that's what Lorien's letter says, doesn't it? He says the money was spent on eligible items because he told me when I spoke to him, he said, David, I couldn't refute it because the town officials, i.e. the town administrator and Karen said to him, Lorien, they said to him, we did work underground, which was intended to support a future above ground work, which included a sidewalk and a history walk.
Oh, hold on. So, Greg, can you see this? I think you pointed to these before, right? Wasn't this like catch basins or something? Is that?
Yes.
All right. So I think David, so there was work done here.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Okay. So it was
not over here.
Not over there, but around the
That hasn't
park.
been done.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Fine. I just wanted to get clarity on that. So that was a truth. Okay. So
David broke he's had to get up and walk around a couple times because he had a medical thing.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Okay, I'm done with that. Okay, I just wanted to get to the bottom of that, because Lorien gets up.
Okay.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Really appreciate it. So we should have heard by Fuss and O'Neill by our next meeting, Karina?
That's the hope. So they received the information today. And I have to get a cost estimate and get that whole process done before they actually even start reviewing it. And then I'd like just maybe Greg can make a recommendation here. The limits of what they should be reviewing. Because Greg, you said you're going to look for the drainage calcs and provide those, because right now we just have the plans and the turning
Yep.
exhibits. So is Fuss and O'Neill supposed to just review from the crosswalk?
I would say for, I mean,
To
Yeah.
the library, like just in the area of the intersection. They're not going to review the drainage to the north along
Right.
85, and they're not going to review the library drainage. They're going to look at the intersection where it's moved, proposed to, and if that works. They do
Yes.
have to understand downstream pipe sizing and such, which I think the drainage calcs will demonstrate. Like the drainage calcs will show what's upstream and downstream and the pre and post development runoff. Right, and the ponding. So they need that in order to understand how you came up with it, and then see if they agree with that. It's a feasible option of what, I mean, do they see anything missed, or is there
Yep.
something that could be better or something like that?
I mean, and I am happy to, meet with, you and them, to kind of explain all this, because obviously there's
There's a lot of history there and
a
stuff
lot of
moving around.
weird things going on.
Yeah, so
and
maybe a
multiple
phone
projects,
call would
so.
help, but you
Yeah.
just have to find the drainage.
Yeah,
calcs.
so I can, I was having some Wi-Fi issues earlier, so
Yeah,
I need someone smarter than me to extract the information from the
okay,
program that we're using.
but because if they don't have what it's based on,
Yep.
it's tough to them to say, makes sense,
Right, yep.
and
No,
they looked at the
I'm-
right surfaces and all that.
I'm hoping to have that to you by the end of day tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, you just keep me updated, and as soon as you get it to us, we'll get it to them, and the faster they can look at
Yep.
it and get back. So if not the 6th, then the 27th, but I'm always pressing for the next meeting, but
Okay.
it's the turnaround time is always very short.
Yes.
Okay,
Understood.
very good. Thank you very much, Greg. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, and we're on to planners report.
Okay, very briefly, I don't have too much. I just wanted to point out that I got a new update on January 18th. Mimi, you're aware of this, I believe, from Chris Leroy regarding a National Grid trimming update, that they were updating the board that National Grid will be starting phase 2 of their approved 2022 vegetation management plan next week, which would be this week, because that was from January 18th. So if anyone has any questions on that, they can call the planning office and I can give them an update on that. I'm just trying to read it quickly here. Chris Leroy will be checking on them. The roads involved in this circuit are Northborough, Lovers, Flag, and Maine. And then he also said he'll be sending along an updated tree list with removals that have been completed early next week. After tomorrow, we'll have had 4 full days with tree crew, but the snow probably put a damper on some of that work. But just to give you an update. Then I put a copy of the draft warrant in the planners report if you wanted to see it. There's a budget meeting on next Saturday on the 28th at 4:45, and Marnie's going to be attending that. It's the select board, and there was a question posed whether some of the miscellaneous contracted services, which were one-time type services, not like the open space monitoring, but like zoning map update, deed research database update, and the MBTA communities, if those funds could be guaranteed under ARPA funding, that they could be taken from the planning board budget. So I've given Marnie some information via email, and we can still touch base if you have any additional questions, a breakdown of what those projects are, a little memo on that. So that's being worked on. And then, sure, there was something else, I think. Let me just take a peek at the Dropbox right there and see if there was something in there. The Southborough Affordable Housing Trust Fund Strategic Financial Plan was finalized via Shopsy. So that's another good milestone. And then also the 55 and over calculations for units available was updated just last week. I worked with the assessor, and there are now 4 units available for 55 and over for this year, based on calculations we do based on types of housing that is built and all that. And there's a percentage. So, and that's been posted on the web, updated on the planning board website. You'll see a list of developments and their status and the calculation itself. And I think that 325 Turnpike, we already talked about how they did the 3rd drainage repair. So we're in the as-built review process there. I'm waiting 154 Turnpike Road. They indicated prior to the last meeting that they'll be submitting modifications. And that's it.
Maybe is it possible to take one public comment question, because David, like, he couldn't speak before. You want to make one statement about Ken's Food? Is that? Sorry, I think you're muted.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I meant, I was in my car skidding along the road. Right at the end, I wanted to talk about. I didn't know Ken's Food was on the agenda, and I had spoken. Well, I didn't speak to him. I put calls through to the attorney for Ken's, who was on the, attending your meeting tonight. And I also spoke to DePietri about this, Bobby DePietri, who's heading up the 40B. And I've spoken to Jack Martellini about this. I'm just naming them because I don't want to hide anything. I've spoken to Billy DePietri about this, and I've spoken to the developer who has his name on that building just by that big light by Ken's. Just you go through the light, and on your right there's a building with a developer's name on it. No, it's not. It's like Rusk or something. Anyway, he's not in the building. I don't know. It's his building. But anyway, Rask, yeah. Trask, that's right. Trask. I tried to contact him unsuccessfully. Anyway, listen, I haven't made much headway with all these characters because they're worried that my idea may slow them down. I totally sympathize with that concern and that worry. My intention is not to slow what's going on right now, not to slow the 40B down, and not to slow Ken's Foods down, because they're all trying hard to do the right thing, frankly. We need 10%, and Ken's Foods is trying to do the right thing with the noise. But what I've come up with, I think I can't go into the details now, but I am going to go to the District 3 Director of DOT. I've come up with a plan which I think actually can finally solve the traffic on the entire north side of town, all the way from 495 to Ken's Foods, all the way back to Deerfoot, that entire frontage. I've come up with a scheme of a feeder road, which would start at
Ken's. We were only talking about a sound wall.
Yes, I know. Yes, I know you were. But Ken's gigantic problem, which they haven't been able to solve, and therefore it's not on the agenda with you, is their lack of access to that light. Their trucks cannot do a U-turn at the light because the light's not synced in with their driveway, is it? This is the huge problem. The Crystal Pond Road is not synced in with the driveway coming out of Ken's. So it's a huge problem for Ken's. So their trucks head west, and in order to head east, they have to go 495 and come back. And that happened with a lot of traffic. So anyway, I'm not going to explain the scheme to you, but in a nutshell, it does this. It's the danger on Flag Road.
With all due respect, Mr. Perry, it's past 11, and this was very specific to the Ken's Food, and it's just a late night.
Yes, I know. I just wanted to mention it to you so there's no misunderstanding, because I wanted to bring it up, not slow them down. I wanted to bring it up. I just wanted to let you know I'm pursuing this. I'm not going to go into the details, but that's all. I think I have a scheme which solves the problem, and that's it. I'm not going to stop talking anymore. I'm not presenting it to you. I'm just simply saying I'm working on it.
Thank you. So we have minutes. Is that next?
Thank you. Minutes.
Make a motion, we approve the minutes from December 12th, 2022 and December 16th, 2022 is written.
I'll second, but I'm going to abstain.
I have some edits on the 12th.
Hold on, I'm just pulling it out here. Hold on the 12th.
Yeah,
Okay.
line 168, it has Sarah Parker, should be
Oh.
Hooker.
Line which 160?
168,
Okay, let me look here. 168. Sarah Packer. Okay, Hecker. Okay,
line
Okay.
line 178.
okay,
It says application, it's the plan, it's the action plan to the state, not an application.
okay,
And on line 200, town meeting is March 25th, not 23rd.
okay.
That's it, and I'm good with the 16th.
So as amended.
So approved. As amended. Any more discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Okay, and you're
And-
abstaining from both, Jesse?
Correct, I was absent.
Okay,
Is everyone ready for January 9th? Make a
I'll
motion.
abstain.
No, that one's not done yet.
Oh,
yeah,
Yeah, I haven't seen those minutes.
on the
yeah, I
list,
haven't either.
on the list.
Colleen's working on them
We were
now,
hoping-
so-
We were hoping to have it ready, almost.
Okay, I think we're ready for a.
Motion to adjourn?
motion. Yes,
Second,
any discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes.
Mills, yes.
Stein, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
We did it.
Thank you,
night.
everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Have a good
Colleen,
night.
can you stop the recording?
Yep.
All right, thank you, Colleen. Thanks, Mimi, and everybody, Marnie.